everybody. As we know, it's varying weather across the country, but we're here today and ready to do some good work. So welcome to meeting number 18 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Health. The committee is meeting today as requested per Standing Order 106 sub 4 by letter dated February 9th by 4 members of the committee to discuss their request to undertake a briefing on the emergence of COVID-19 variants in Canada. Ms. Rempel, I believe it's your motion if you wish to move it. Given that I believe we all have copies of the letter, I don't think you need to read it unless you wish to, but please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Another week during the pandemic in the Health Committee and big changes. In the last week, a few concerning things have happened. First of all, we have had more reports of the British variant in Canada, and I'll remind colleagues that this variant was detected in a very tragic and severe outbreak in a Barrie area long-term care facility. So, you know, through that tragedy, I think we all saw what this variant could do in Canada. The South African variant has also been detected in Canada. And, you know, I think a lot of Canadians are bearing through this these long, dark days that are cold, but they're also bearing through in most parts of the country, a second significant lockdown. And with provinces looking at potentially increase or lifting some of these restrictions, I think it's incumbent upon our committee to get a briefing on some very pertinent technical information. Countries around the world are also, in the last week, have started to report concern on this, particularly the ability of domestic vaccination programs to outpace the spread of the variant. Now, you know, without getting overly partisan here, I think everybody would agree that Canada is behind the rest of the world right now at this moment in time in terms of vaccinating our population. CNN is reporting this morning, actually CNN is reporting on Canada's vaccination status. So we have less than 3% of our population vaccinated, while the Americans are over 10% now, on track for over 150 million people within the first 100 days of President Biden's administration. The UK is at 20%. So I think we really need to know a few things. We need to know what the federal government is doing to detect and monitor variants and how they're communicating with the provincial governments on this. The efficacy of our vaccine portfolio in terms of when these vaccines are scheduled to be approved, or the assumptions. We know that the regulator does that, politicians don't do that, but we need to know what assumptions the government are making with regard to approval of different vaccine candidates in the context of their efficacy or against some of these variants, particularly with epidemiologists around the world being concerned that these variants could become dominant strains. I know that the Americans are particularly concerned that the British variant could become the dominant strain by the middle of March, which is why they're accelerating their vaccination plan. But I'm also you know, I'm looking at reports. There are concerns. I know that there's different schools of thought. I've seen different reports in the last week about whether or not the AstraZeneca vaccine is effective against the South African variant. I think we need to know. It's incumbent upon the Health Committee, putting it mildly, to understand what the federal government is doing. There hasn't been a lot of information from our government put forward yet with regard to these issues, and I want to know, and I think I would encourage all my colleagues, I hope that we could all ask the federal government if they've put sufficient resources in place to monitor these issues, and what the curve is, or what they're anticipating in terms of our capacity to vaccinate the population, as opposed to their modeling for the spread of the variant. So that was the genesis of this 106.4. I know that with Family Day on Monday, we weren't scheduled to meet until Friday next week, but every day counts right now, and our committee is in the belly of the beast. So just, for the record, Chair, just so that it is moved according to all procedure here, I move that the committee invite the following representatives from the Public Health Agency of Canada to give a joint presentation of no more than 15 minutes. Roman Sumsky, and I apologize to him if I've mispronounced his name, the Senior Vice President of the Vaccine Acquisition Branch, Gina Charos and or Stephen Brent, Director General level official for the Center for Immunization and Respiratory Infectious Diseases, Bursabel Ephraim, Director General of the Center for Communicable Diseases and Infection Control, Cindy Evans, Acting Vice President of the Emergency Management Branch, Kim Elmsley, Vice President of the Immunization Branch, and that Dr. Carolyn Quach-Tan, Chair of the National Advisory Committee on Immunization, be invited to give a presentation of no more than 7 minutes, that the above witnesses be asked to present on the following: current outbreaks, occurrences, and modeling for COVID-19 variant spread in Canada as it relates to projected vaccination rollout timelines, capacity to surveil the emergence, prevalence, and spread of variants, current government assumptions regarding vaccine effectiveness on variants in the context of the federal government's vaccine portfolio, and Canada's procurement of variant-related booster shots, that the witnesses remain available for question rounds after their presentations, that the meeting be no less than 2 hours in duration, and that it be held no later than February 19th, 2021. So just a few things to hopefully preemptively answer questions colleagues might have. We've asked for specific Director General level persons within the Public Health Agency of Canada because I'd like to get more technical level information than what is typically provided at high level media briefings. So this is why we'd like to have representatives of folks that we know that are actually doing the technical modeling and the technical work right now on the ground. We've Chair, with regard to putting the time limit on the presentations of 15 minutes and 7 minutes, it just we've asked for a lot of witnesses there, so we didn't want to eat up the whole 2-hour meeting with presentations. We would hope that the people that we've requested to come to committee would be able to provide written briefs to the committee in both official languages prior to the committee as well. Really what I'm trying to get at here is information. I really want to know beyond, sort of the high level messaging that reporters and parliamentarians are getting on a daily basis, what the federal government is doing with regard to this. And I've also heard from provincial colleagues across the country that they would like to hear this as well. I really think that this is where we need to be managing to as a committee. I think that the context of the rest of our COVID-19 study also needs to be urgently framed out into this information, given the level of urgency that's been expressed by media and by epidemiologists around the world, and the fact that, frankly, putting it mildly, we are behind in vaccinating Canadians. So given that provinces are looking at lifting provincial restrictions in the coming weeks, given that we are behind in vaccinating Canadians right now, I would like to know how that fits with the spread of variants. I also think that we have to start giving Canadians some hope that Parliament is finding a way out of this. I know that it's a shifting situation, but people who are at home, who are being asked to sacrifice a lot, be it their jobs, their mental health, and in many situations, frontline healthcare workers, we need this information. So I think this is fairly nonpartisan. I think this is in the best interest of Canadians. And I think this is what our health committee should be doing, is being nimble and watching where the pandemic is going, coming up with smart motions that provide information to Canadians so that we can provide a path forward. We're a year into this now. We should have systems in place to deal with these issues. And if we don't, it's incumbent upon Parliament to ensure that we do. And that's the job of each of us here. So thank you, Chair. And I hope that all of my colleagues of all political stripe will support this motion today, that we can quickly pass it and that we can move on with business.
Thank you, Ms. Rempel-Garner. We will undertake a debate on this motion. I have Mr. Kellaway, please go ahead.
You can call me Mike anytime, Mr. Chair. And Happy Valentine's Day to everyone, and I understood that there's going to be a birthday soon, so happy birthday this weekend, MP Rempel Gardner. Um, I don't disagree with this motion, and it's something that I'll support. Um, you know, I think what I'd like to talk about a bit, and I think Michelle kind of highlighted some aspects of it, is just around the committee. And my experience over the past year and a half, and for that matter, for 30 years in community development, is the ability to kind of work collegially and respectfully together in terms of picking up the phone and establishing a rapport with each other individually or collectively offline to get to a particular item. And in this case, we have an existential crisis that every country is battling, and every country is doing its best to ensure hope, health, and safety. And so, you know, what I see here, and again, my interpretation of this is that what I'd like to see is more of the collegiality in terms of the connectivity between each other to not even get to this point of issuing a 1064, even though it's the right of every parliamentarian to do so. I think when you have an existential crisis like this, Canadians expect us to get together to iron out this particular item, the one in question, together. And I don't know if it needs to get to that point because we all have a stake in it. It's not a political issue. It's not a conservative, New Democrat bloc or liberal issue. It's a Canadian. This is a war that the world is fighting, and Canada is fighting it, and we're uh, active participants in that battle, trying to do our best to help each other. So, again, my hope is that we can do a lot better on that front. Instead, of I think we're doing a lot of talking, but I think we need to do a lot more sharing in terms of looking at the shared ideas and common paths. And that could be a Zoom call with Michelle offline, or John, or sorry, the MP Michelle Rempel Gardner and MP Barlow or MP Dotremont or whomever. And it just seems that I get a sense that, again, my opinion is sometimes we're over politicizing this, and I think what we need to do is bear down and do a lot better job so we don't get to this point before meetings. So that's my take on it, Mr. Chair. I think that we're I'm not against this motion at all. No one would be. Um, and when I see this motion, not against it, and will support it. But it seems like, I don't know, there seems to be some degree of political posturing and whatnot. And I think we can do better than that. I think we need to do better at that going forward for the betterment of Canadians, because whether it's the inner workings of managing our personal management of with each other in the committee, and looking at the things that are related to hope, we can do that, in my opinion, without a 1064, but it's the right of every parliamentarian to do so. And I think we can get more accomplished by doing that, so that we're not at this point. Again, everyone has the right to do so. But again, I think we're sometimes on this committee politicizing what's not political. And we can ask the tough questions, and we can debate each other, again, which is our job to do the best for Canadians. But there seems to be an over politicization of it that I wish we would change, that I wish we would move forward from today and make a renewed commitment to work better together, in dyads and triads with the common purpose of, putting things together that do not require this. And there are times that they will. But I think we need to do a better job on that front. I'll leave it at that, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kilroy. We go now to Mr. Davies. Mr. Davies, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I'll try to, I think I can be quite brief, and I'm hoping the meeting can be brief because it appears to me that we have a broad agreement on the substance of the matter. I wholly support the motion for all the reasons that Michelle went through, but I also just would note that the variance, I think we're all starting to become aware, is becoming a much more prominent and much more concerning issue. I personally don't know a lot about it. And at the time that we put in our priorities to study the, to continue the COVID study, I don't think that the issue of variants had the prominence, at least it didn't in my mind. And similarly with our vaccine witnesses, although I'm interested in, part of the variant issue besides understanding, what they are and, how deeply they penetrated Canada and what the considerations are. Even though there's an aspect of vaccines, whether or not the vaccines will be successful or partially successful against variants, I don't think we knew that at the time that we put in our witnesses. So I think having a special meeting on variants is really timely, and I think it's really important. So that's all I have to say on the substance of it. I had just a brief question or comment on the process. The Section 106 process is a completely legitimate process, and I think it's really appropriately used in this kind of situation. In fact, I think this is exactly the kind of situation that it's used for, which is we have a period of time where we're not sitting, and it appears to 4 members that the health committee should be called together. And I think it's an important one, and it's a right that all of us have. Any 4 of us together can exercise that right, and as a matter of right, the meeting is called to put business before the committee. So I think in this case, it is very appropriately used. I would, one thing that's been going through my mind is for quite a long time we have not used the subcommittee on agenda, and which has a representative from each of the representatives actually from each of the parties. And I'm just wondering if, in answer to Mike's comments, that might be something worth revving up again. Maybe the subcommittee on agenda should be meeting, somewhat regularly. And we come to that committee. Of course, I bring the full agreement of my caucus of 1. Luke can speak for himself as well. And if the Liberals and Conservatives come to that committee with the agreement of their colleagues, we can actually determine these things at a subcommittee. And then I know that maybe we have to come back to the meeting and formally pass it quickly, but if we have the agreement worked out in advance, we can save these kinds of meetings and have it done in a subcommittee way. So that's just a suggestion for folks to think about. Finally, I just had a question to Michelle. I'm not clear on how long the witnesses have to speak at this meeting. Am I understanding correctly that all of these witnesses together collectively will have 15 minutes and then we move to questions? I'd like her to, because I want to make sure we have lots of time for questions, and if Michelle can clarify that for me, that would be helpful. Thank you. Mr. Chair, you're muted.
Music to my ears. So I just want to make a comment about the subcommittee. The reason we haven't been using the subcommittee is that it takes up a meeting slot, and we have a very limited number of slots. It takes up the kind of same slot as we would for a regular meeting. And I guess a personal observation is that in a regular meeting, we all have an opportunity to participate. But in any case, that's just a by the way. We go now to Dr. Pawlowski. Dr. Pawlowski, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and I support the motion. I think it's a good one. I think we have to be concerned about the variants. Certainly, there's a possibility with the variants, and specifically the South African variant, that it knocks us back to square one. I don't think that's the case, though. It seems like the vaccine, some of them are probably effective against it, and certainly even Johnson & Johnson, although it was 50% effective in preventing disease, was 100% effective in preventing hospitalization or mortality. But it is potentially going to be the big issue because we kind of thought we had this solved. But I would highlight a couple things, and I don't know what witnesses you got and whether they're going to be answering these things. But I think one of the questions I asked at the last meeting was what's the regulatory process going to be? Because I know both Johnson & Johnson and Moderna are modifying their vaccines. It's fairly easy seemingly to do it because you just have to modify a couple of sequences in the messenger RNA and you change the spike protein, and otherwise everything else is the same. So do they have to go back to phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials, which is obviously going to take a long time? So I think that's a big issue, and I'm not sure any of these people can answer that. The second thing is having somebody discuss what the government may be contemplating in assisting, studying the possibility of mixing and matching your vaccine, so putting a booster from a second vaccine. I've certainly heard that that's quite possible, even from an immunological perspective, perhaps advantageous, but the companies aren't going to do it themselves. Moderna is not going to advocate a booster from Johnson & Johnson and vice versa. So my understanding is we need to have the trials and be doing the trials with that kind of thing to see how much we can use boosters from another vaccine. And so I don't know if any of your witnesses would be able to answer that question, but I think it's a important consideration, a question we ought to be asking.
Thank you, Dr. Pawlowski. We go now to Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And this is, as Don has said in the past, looks like this might be an outbreak of violent agreement, which I really like that term. It's been said that the 106.4 is everyone's right, and it's absolutely everyone's right. But I think back to a mentor of mine when I first got elected, Bill Casey. And he was the chair of the health committee. He talked about just how collegial, even though it was, all political stripes in the health committee, it was so collegial. It was so everyone trying to get to a particular place and get the work done. I do feel like we've got the ability to get there. I think that this is a meeting to hold a meeting, and it might have been done, possibly as an email, or as Mike said, maybe a quick Zoom call or something, but whatever, that's fine. We all have lots of things that we would like to do in our constituencies today. And the basis of this motion are fine, a very, very founded rationale. So I'm happy to support it. I do think that using the 106.4 over and over and over again is something that, again, everyone has the right to do it, but I do think we could get to the same place, that violent agreement. From the comments I've heard so far, we all think that this is a good idea. So I will support it, and happy to support it. And I look forward to hearing the information that this motion is seeking. I just, again, maybe I'm an optimist. I would like to get to a point where we could all sit in the same room, well, virtually in the same Zoom room, and get to a place where, we get all the answers that we need. We have the witnesses that we all seek and want to hear from. And, Don had brought pretty much the only motion forward yet that we have been totally unanimous on, which was our work plan. And it was a good work plan. And I think that I'd like to make sure we get back to that work plan, but I also remember it was done in such a level of fairness. And Don, I mean, you worked really hard to make sure that it was very, very fair. I think about, yourself and Mr. Theriault and your priorities. I do hope we get to those priorities, because I want to make sure that we put the same effort into the priorities that you've chosen as the priorities that we've chosen. So happy to support this. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend, assuming that we're in agreement with this motion and we get to the answers that we want to get as a committee. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher, and I would remind everyone to please address your remarks through the chair. Ms. Rempel-Garner, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I don't do passive-aggressive. I do aggressive-aggressive. And I just want to address the comments for people watching about saying that or suggesting that this isn't collegial. What I find with colleagues from the Liberal Party is they often say, well, we're not being collegial or we're not working hard together. But what that actually is code for is please don't question us when we're failing. It is my job and the job of everybody on this committee to get answers for Canadians. And what's been happening during this pandemic is we had Parliament shuttered, we had prorogation, we have the Prime Minister coming out in the morning out of Rideau Cottage giving out statements that even the media are criticizing for him now. They have to be walked back later in the day. Mr. Fisher, as a parliamentary secretary, you haven't reached out to me once in the entire time I've been health critic, so there's that. In terms of having a Zoom call, I've tried to have meetings, informal meetings. I've been shot down by the chair. I just, and you know what, the 106.4 procedure, yeah, I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it every single time to make sure that we get answers. So if colleagues want to be more collegial and do better for Canadians, then I ask them to look inwardly within their own party. The Liberal members on this call, I mean, if there's chastisation, you know what, maybe Rempel's got a point. So if we want to work collegially, then the Liberals have to start demonstrating that they're committed to getting answers for for Canadians. I am glad that there's agreement on this motion and that we're going to pass it. But frankly, you know, we're half an hour in here. I've heard two Liberals talk about, the need to be more collegial. Actually, it was only kudos to Mr. Pawlowski for actually raising pertinent questions. But like, I have to push back. Yes, I am going to use every procedural tactic in the book to get answers for Canadians. I will do that. I am not going to just let the Prime Minister come out and give the Rideau Cottage thing every morning. But that doesn't mean Chair, I just refuse to subscribe to the notion that it's somehow wrong or uncollegial for an opposition parliamentarian to be using parliamentary procedure to get answers for Canadians on the pandemic during a pandemic. You know, Chair, you talked about how we can't use the committee because we only have a certain number of slots virtually. Like, we should be meeting all the time. Anyway, Chair, I don't do passive aggressive well, but I will do my job well, and I think that's what we did today.
Thank you, Ms. Rumpel-Garner. I just want to make a comment about informal meetings. The reason we can't do them is that we don't get translation when we do that, and that's not fair to our bloc colleague. The only way we can really get simultaneous translation is through a subcommittee meeting or through a regular meeting, and that's the way we're trying to work. So thank you for that. And we go now to Monsieur Thériault. Allez-y, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Thériault, it's up to you. Thank you. I agree with Don. I agree with Mike. I agree with Marcus. I agree with Darren, with Michelle. We find ourselves, or maybe I forgot someone, but we find ourselves in a situation where we are deciding to have a meeting about vaccines and variants. Everyone agrees. I think Darren and Mike would not mind if I said that 106.4 could have been signed by a member of each party. That would have been very collegial. We could have done it that way. That being said, this is not a critic. We could call members from each party, have them sign, and today we would already be holding a vote, and we would meet on Monday. So that is what I suggest we could do. Just as Dawn, I'm a bit worried. We say a presentation of maximum 15 minutes, and there are 6 witnesses. 15 minutes for 6 of them, or each of them? Dr. Quash will have 7 minutes. That's 20 minutes, or 5 or 6 times 15 minutes. So that should be clarified. I hope we can ask questions. I hope they will be called as soon as possible, and they already have been contacted because that's fast. We should see them on Monday. And the themes that are linked to the meeting should be appropriate. How many will refuse because they don't think they have something to say about those themes? So those are questions we can ask ourselves. We will know on Monday when we have a meeting. We'll know if we can vote finally, because indeed our schedule is very busy. Today we're here to decide on a meeting. We're not having a meeting about a theme before doing it. So I'd like for us to start voting because we're all in agreement.
Merci, Monsieur Thériault.
Thank you, Mr. Thériault.
A comment regarding your question about speaking time. So that is set forth, I think, reasonably clearly in the motion that 5 of those witnesses would jointly present for a total of 15 minutes. So that's 15 minutes for all 5, and then one of the witnesses would have 7 minutes. We'll go now to Mr. Davies. Mr. Davies, please go ahead.
Well, thanks for that clarification, Mr. Chair. Just one, I guess, a point and a question. I've sat on many subcommittees over the years, and we never meet during regular meetings. So I'm just wondering, Mr. Chair, if you're correct in that, because it was my assumption that the purpose of a subcommittee is to deal with these agenda issues without taking regular meeting time, so that we can facilitate the more effective use of committee time. So is it a question of you think we can't meet outside of normal regular times, or is it a question of resources? And if it's a question of resources, I think we should be going to our whips and getting the resources. I'm not talking about a subcommittee on agenda meeting all the time, but if we did meet, I don't think we've sat since this parliament. I don't think not using a subcommittee on agenda to me is part of the reason that we find ourselves in these situations, and it's there for a reason. It's there to work out these issues without taking regular meeting time, without taking all the members' time. And again, I think, as Mike pointed out, and I think Darren, I think the main point that I'm hearing them make is that if we can get more effective communication amongst ourselves, we can facilitate better use of our time. So yeah, that's I guess my proposition would be we should be using that subcommittee, and we shouldn't be doing it during regular time. And the other thing I was just going to mention, in terms of getting to the NDPN bloc's priority, my first priority was vaccines. It was turned out to be the same as the Conservative, so I've moved to my next choice. So one thing, I don't want to cloud this issue, this meeting today, but I think maybe at one point I want to put the idea in our members' minds to decide whether or not we may want to have another meeting or two on vaccines. It does take unanimous agreement, but I think vaccines, to me, the entire country is waiting with bated breath on vaccines, right up to the Prime Minister. I think we all understand the importance of that. So I think that would be one issue in the priorities that we may want to have a 5th or 6th meeting on. I guess we can evaluate that as we get to the end of that, and but I just wanted to get people thinking about that now to see if there's other aspects of vaccines that they may want to delve into. But again, I don't want to put that on the agenda this meeting, because I'd like to have this meeting over with time to do some other things today for other people.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. I'll just comment further on the subcommittee meetings. Mr. Davies is correct that in other times we would be able to meet much more freely outside of the regular course of our scheduled meetings. However, in this COVID world where we have very much more limited resources in terms of committee rooms and the availability of hybrid resources, the meeting slots are in extremely short supply, and they have expanded since we started doing this quite considerably, but they're still not to the point where we were pre-COVID days in personal meeting. So that's why we haven't been doing it. During the spring, when we were first undergoing this sort of virtual meeting concept, we did meet as a committee on an informal basis, and we were only able to arrange a consecutive translation. Consecutive translation is extremely difficult. It's difficult for Mr. Theriault. It's difficult for us when Mr. Theriault speaks, because by and large the meetings are conducted in English. So Mr. Theriault is way behind the 8-ball in this stuff. He's really, it's really not fair, because I think anyway, that's kind of why we don't want to go back to informal meetings. The informal meetings we had actually were not sanctioned by the House. They weren't covered under the provisions of the orders of the day. But now we conceivably could do it. But in order to give full recognition to Monsieur Theriault and the right of every parliamentarian to speak in either official language of their choice, we have to have a meeting slot somewhere, and that is the limitation. So, but thank you, Mr. Davies. We go now to Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to reiterate, I think you've clarified that we do want 15 minutes total for PHAC, and then 7 minutes for Mr. Quash. So it will have plenty of time for questions to meet Mr. Davies. And I could not agree with you more, Mr. Davies, that to have these folks at committee and have the opportunity to ask them questions is critical. But I do want to just quickly address some of the other concerns that have been raised by some of my colleagues. And I find it, somewhat surprising, I guess, on some of the questions. Now, I am reassured that everyone seems like they were going to support this motion, but to be asking us to have these discussions behind closed doors or not in the open of this committee, I think is misguided. We have to have these discussions in this committee, in the open, in the public, so people know exactly what we're doing. And I agree, we were very unanimous in the support of the work plan at the get-go. But I think all of us have to realize that we cannot possibly be that naive to realize that we're going to have to be agile through this, and we're going to have to be nimble, and things are going to come up as they have over the last few months that we have to address as the Health Committee. For us to be, we've supported this work plan, and we're going to go A, B, C, D. When variants come up, travel restrictions, no delivery of vaccines, failure after failure after failure. I know I am not the only member of Parliament on this call that I'm getting calls and emails every single day from frustrated constituents with the lack of information, the inconsistent messages, and not knowing when they're going to get a vaccine, how that vaccine is going to be delivered, what's the distribution strategy, or is there a strategy at all, what's going to happen with the variant. And I just have to say is, when the Prime Minister has announced these travel restrictions, for example, with no details, no timelines, no assessment on who's going to be impacted and how, I hope everyone understands the stress and anxiety that is adding to Canadians who just don't know what the impact of this is going to be on their daily lives. And as I asked the Minister the other day, how many people are going to have to be vaccinated before life can return to normal? And unable to answer that. Those are real legitimate questions that Canadians have. So I understand that we did support a work plan at the beginning of this reinstatement of this Health Committee. However, I think it is absolutely imperative that all of us, and I am reassured by this decision today that it seems like everyone is going to support this, is we have to be able to be nimble. And when things arise, everyone is looking to us to be the ones who react, and the ones on this committee are the ones who are been entrusted to find the answers to those very important questions. So I don't want us to delay any more about having meetings and how we should meetings. Our job is to find out the critical answers that our constituents and every Canadian is desperate to know. And we've talked about mental health, and I know Mr. Van Bynen isn't here today, but the impact that this lack of information and misinformation is having on Canadians is devastating. And we have to give them clear, definitive answers. And the only way we get that is by having the experts who can provide that information at committee at the most timely moment possible. So if we have to meet on Family Day or on a break week, giddy up. I will be here. During a pandemic, there's no time for a break or no time for a holiday. No offense. Canadians are looking to us to do the job that they've elected us to be here to do. So whenever we can get a slot, I will be here to make sure that we find those answers. And I appreciate my colleagues on this committee who are willing to support this motion and coming here on a day that we did not have a meeting planned. And I hope we can continue to do that. And if it means burning the midnight oil, then that is what we're going to have to do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow. Ms. Rempel-Garner, please.
I just wanted to clarify for Mr. Davies that yes, in fact, PHAC will have a joint 15-minute presentation, and the other witness that we've called would have 7 so that we can go right into testimony. And I hope we can vote for this motion so that we can get back to work for Canadians.
Thank you, Ms. Rempel-Garner. Mr. Davies, go ahead.
Well, just one comment on when we have this meeting. The one thing I would say is that we don't have the meeting on Monday, which is Family Day in British Columbia. You know, I know nobody means this, but I don't want anybody to think that this is an indication of anybody's work ethic as to when this meeting happens. The motion itself says to have the meeting anytime before, I think, next Friday. So I don't think we should have this meeting on a statutory holiday in British Columbia when I, among other people, want to spend some time with my families. I, like everybody in this committee.
Mr. Davies, could you raise up your mic a bit?
Sorry about that. I, like everybody on this committee, has been working crazy hours. You know, last week I did 4 committees, and we here on the West Coast, I was up at 5:30 in the morning, four days in a row, to hit 8 a.m. meetings on the coast here that are 11 o'clock. So I'm going to ask that we don't schedule the meeting for Monday. Tuesday's fine, Wednesday's fine, Thursday's fine. And it's not because I don't want to work harder. I don't understand the pressing nature of this, but I think all of us, like all Canadians, deserve to have some time with our families, and for mental health, a little bit of mental health relief as well.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. Seeing no other hands, I will ask the clerk to conduct the vote, please.
Mr. Fisher?
Support.
Mr. Kellaway?
Support.
Mr. Long?
Support.
Mr. Pawlowski?
Yes.
Ms. Sidhu?
Support.
Mr. Barlow?
Oops, sorry, in favor?
Mr. D'Entremont?
In favor?
Mr. McGuire?
For.
Ms. Rempel-Garner?
In favor.
Monsieur Thériault?
Triple.
Mr. Davies? Mr. Davies?
In favor.
11-0, 11-0, in favor.
Excellent. Congratulations. Motion carried. And that brings our business to a conclusion. Thank you all. And we are adjourned.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I just have my hand raised there.
Yes, Mr. Barlow, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I do want to take this opportunity to thank all of my colleagues for agreeing to support this motion, which I think is important, and for making the time to meet under this section 106.4 to have this discussion today. But as everybody knows, I did table a motion last meeting. And as our committee continues to meet on the matter of COVID, it's become clear that much of the information surrounding the vaccines that Canadians and members of our committee seek may reside in the contracts the government has signed with vaccine suppliers. And we've become aware that other countries have negotiated some better commitments and penalty clauses into their contracts that we have not. And I think it's those contracts should be made public, or as public as public can be. And Canadians deserve to know that. We've tried to get some relevant answers from the ministers last week, but We were met with what I would describe as talking points and platitudes and not real information. And the few answers we did get cannot be verified. And journalists have tried, premiers have tried, and MPs have tried. And I think this needs to change. As I said earlier, our job today is to get answers for Canadians, hold the government to account during what I would describe as the largest health crisis in our country's history. Now, we'll come back to the subject of vaccine contracts later, but we know that the law clerk has received more than 6,800 documents as a result of the order in the House of Commons. Of those documents, the law clerk has only been able to provide about 2,000 documents to the committee due to the majority of those documents have to be provided in both official languages. As a result of the documents that are provided on Friday, we found that senior Liberal staffers in the Prime Minister's office have discussed withholding details about COVID-19 from Canadians. The main concern in the Prime Minister's office was revolved around avoidance of accountability on spending announcements rather than providing real details to Canadians. This is extremely concerning, Mr. Chair, something we should not take lightly, especially when the government's response to these damning documents has been to blame the public service. It was also revealed that staff of the members of the Procurement Minister's office discussed delaying the scheduled release of information in hopes that more favorable numbers in terms of PPE procurement would come as a result of the proposed obstruction. The Minister's Director of Communications, James Fitzmaurice, replied to an email saying that the plan was, and I quote, "crazy enough, it just might work." He then added, "If journals ask where it is, we can say that St. Jean-Baptiste Day delayed some reporting, so we are holding to early next week," which also has a benefit of being mostly true. Mostly true, Mr. Chair. We've had two ministers before this committee last week on record to say that their government has been transparent with Canadians during the pandemic, whether it's bad news or good news. They said it multiple times. We now know that is false. Politically inconvenient facts have been purposely left out of the public domain, and the pattern has started to emerge. Now, I want to come back to my motion and the vaccine contracts. I've just outlined two disturbing situations that members of this committee should take seriously, and I hope all of us will reflect upon. We've been told that revealing vaccine supplier contracts would jeopardize our vaccine supply. As I've said, I can't independently confirm this one way or another. However, what we can confirm is that one of the documents provided by the law clerk has revealed internal policy guidance on how to block the release of details related to the government contracts, including sole source contracts authorized under the national security exemption. This document reads, "The application of an NSE does not absolve a department of its obligation to proactively disclose contracts. However, the Access of Information Act contains provisions that provide heads of organizations discretion around disclosure. This should underscore why the House motion adopted on October 26th was necessary, and perhaps why Liberal members are so opposed to passing it. The government can no longer hide behind Section 18 of the Access of Information Act on these contract details." On a final note, Mr. Chair, there's another document which was released on Friday, a PMO email that shows the government was able to negotiate a penalty clause into a contract for PPEs from China. It says, and I quote, "The supplier agreed to pay a penalty fee if they don't deliver in 15 days, which is rare but good to see." I trust that knowledge of this detail hasn't put out PPE supplies from China in jeopardy. So we should have the same information when it comes to vaccine procurement and distribution. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that the chair of the committee write to the law clerk and parliamentary council inquiring on whether or not contracts for Canada's 7 vaccine agreements with suppliers have been provided to his office as part of the motion adopted on October 26, 2020 by the House of Commons. Should the law clerk have copies of any of these documents, that the committee instruct the law clerk to prioritize the translation of these documents and that these documents be published as soon as possible in accordance with the parameters set out in the House motion. If the law clerk does not have such documents, that the committee requests from the government the contracts for Canada's 7 vaccine agreements with suppliers be tabled with the committee, that the documents be vetted in accordance with the parameters set out in the House motion, and that the members of the Standing Committee on Health review these documents in camera. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think this outlines the importance that we need to have the details on what these contracts entail. How are they negotiated? Why were they negotiated on a quarterly basis rather than monthly or weekly as other countries have? What are the obligations of these vaccine manufacturers to deliver these vaccines? Are there cash penalties or any other fines if they do not meet their obligations? As we've seen a substantial reduction in the number of vaccines that have been distributed to Canadians. We now hear that we may get a massive dump at the end of the quarter. What implications is this going to have on the provinces? Do they have the resources to distribute these vaccines? And what are going to be the implications for Canadians? So this, again, Mr. Chair, is just a request to get some what I would consider very pertinent information on the negotiation and agreements of these contracts between Canada and the 7 vaccine manufacturers. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I certainly hope to have the support of my colleagues for some transparency around these contracts, because Canadians deserve to know how are these contracts negotiated and what are the details within them. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow. Well, I think it's kind of contrary to our normal practice of dealing with 1064s. The clerk advises me that it is in order and it is committee business, and you have certainly gave notice. So the motion is in order. We go now to Mr. Davies, please. Mr. Davies, did you wish? I saw your hand go down.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just took it down when you recognized me. Actually, I had put my hand up prior because I just wanted to get agreement or find out where we were on the timing of our meeting next week. I've been texting back and forth with some members, and I understand that I think there is agreement not to hold the meeting on Mondays, but I just wanted to, I don't think we came to a decision on that. So I would like to have that clarified, that the meeting next week with the 106 won't be on Monday. If not, I would probably move that unless we all agree. And I'll just, so I wasn't really prepared to talk to John's motion, so I'll just let my colleagues speak to it first and maybe come back to that. But I would say that I'm broadly in agreement with what John has said. I have to say as well, I'm not going to move anything at this meeting, but I do plan on coming back and reading very carefully the motion of the House on production of documents. It seems to me that the government has not complied with what we passed. I'm going to go back and read that very carefully, but there were set deadlines for production of documents. And instead, we were told there were millions of documents from the clerk of the Privy Council, and we have had only thousands that have gone to the law clerk. And that was not in compliance with what the House ordered. I know there was an amendment to the House to help the government prioritize the production of certain documents, but it didn't eliminate the obligation of the government to comply with those documents. But the point is, the other thing I would say is it's pretty apparent to everybody that the first tranche of documents that came to the committee were utterly useless. They were the first tranche was no more than speaking notes, public speaking notes that were probably accessible to any Canadian at any time. Now, though, we're starting to see documents come to the law clerk that are released that actually have real information in them that is, frankly, as John just pointed out, revealing some troubling aspects of the handling of the COVID issue. So anyway, I guess my what I'm saying is that my inclination would be to support John's motion. The more information that we have before this committee in unvarnished fashion, the better we as parliamentarians on the Health Committee can carry out our duties. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. Ms. Sidhu, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having concluded the business we came here for today, I move that we adjourn today's meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sidhu. We have a motion on the floor to adjourn. I'll ask the clerk to take a vote.
Mr. Fisher? Mr. Fisher?
Yes.
Mr. Kellaway?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Pawlowski?
Yes.
Ms. Sidhu?
Yes.
Mr. Barlow?
No.
Mr. D'Entremont?
No.
Mr. McGuire? Mr. McGuire,
No.
Miss Rempel Garner,
No.
Monsieur Thériault,
No.
Mr. Davies.
No.
So yay, 5-6, 5 yeas, 6 nays.
Thank you. We go now to Ms. Rempel Garner. Go ahead, please.
I guess so much for working collegially, Chair. The business of the committee was not complete, to my colleague, Ms. Tadu. There's a motion on the floor that is of material import to every Canadian, given the fact that we are in the middle of a pandemic that has shut down most of our economy, and we are behind most of the developed countries in the world in terms of receipt of vaccines. So I think what my colleague has done with this motion is put forward a very elegant solution that respects various issues that have been brought up with regard to the release of the contracts. It is in alignment with motions that we've already put forward to this committee that we've seen some obfuscation from the government, to put it mildly. To my colleague, Mr. Davies' very correct point, we spent a lot of time in this committee trying to compel the government to release information that is of material import to Canadians on how we're getting out of the pandemic. So I think what Mr. Barlow has done is begin to address the deficiencies in information that we have received in this committee. I cannot believe that we tried to shut this motion down. I really can't. It's shocking, actually. That said, I am in full support of this motion. I certainly think that every provincial government, most of the press gallery, everybody is asking for this. It's done in an elegant way, and I think it's really smart. And I commend my colleague, Mr. Barlow, for putting the work into finding the solution, which I will be strongly supporting.
Thank you, Ms. Rempel Garner. Mr. Barlow, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to my colleague, Ms. Rempel Garner. I don't know if I've ever been called elegant before, so I'm going to definitely put that on my resume. But to my colleagues and Ms. Sadu, we talked for the last hour about how important it is to get this information and get to work and answer questions for Canadians. And your adjournment attempt to me means that this is something that you don't want to talk about. But I want to be clear. We are not asking for anything that is not going to come out eventually. What we are asking in this motion is has the law clerk already received the contracts, those documents that are part of the contracts? If he has, this motion is asking him to prioritize the release, the translation and the release of those documents to the committee for us to review. If he has not received those documents, this motion is asking them to ensure that the government provides, put a priority on the government providing those documents, those contracts to the law clerk for review, translation, and again, to come to this committee. So we're trying not to prolong the inevitable. We're actually trying to speed it up, because we have now seen that this is a critical issue for Canadians when we see just how far behind we are other countries in terms of accessing vaccines. But even more so is what are the consequences of these manufacturers if they do not meet their obligations with the government of Canada? Are Canadians assured that the manufacturers are going to meet their obligations and not do their best, but actually have a hammer in those contracts that ensures that Canadians get the vaccines that the government has promised them? And if not, then what next? So really, this motion is just to put a priority on the documents that the law clerk is already going to receive, and if he hasn't, ensure he gets them as quickly as possible and we get them in front of committee. That's really what this motion is. It is not asking for anything different or over and above. This is just trying to expedite or accelerate access to those contracts, which I am sure will be heavily redacted. But some information, as my good friend Mr. Davies says, is better than no information. And I think that's what Canadians are asking for right now, is some insights and some transparency on what these contracts entail. So thank you very much. I just hope that clarifies a little bit on what this motion really entails. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow. Monsieur Thériault, allez-y, s'il vous plaît.
Oui. Merci.
Thank you, Chair.
I agree with the substance of the motion. The wording, however, might betray the intent of my colleague, because I don't think that we can go around the Official Languages Act. We must have the documents in both official languages. He says if the clerk has access already to these documents, they could be provided and translated as quickly as possible. However, if he does not have those documents in hand, he has to request of the government the documents, but he didn't mention translation at that point. So perhaps it's a way to detour around the need to have these documents translated. I'd like it to be quite clear in both instances where it's mentioned in his motion that once translated, we get priority access to these documents, or they be translated in a priority fashion. But we have to have access to these. The motion itself, that substance is interesting, is good. That there should be, it'll all come out in the open eventually, is what he said. This is sensitive information. Some of it is privileged information from a commercial point of view, and we would have to sit in camera on certain instances. So perhaps Mr. Barlow could clarify that point, his intention there. If it's to have access to the documents as soon as possible, in camera and in English only, I would be opposed to that. Unless you can, if you would like to fine tune the wording, perhaps. But I'd like to know what his motive was in that, and then I will propose an amendment if necessary.
Merci, Monsieur Thériault. Mr. Barlow, please go ahead.
Merci, Monsieur Thériault. Yes, I'm more than happy to have that as a bit of a clarification that it was my understanding that in the committee routine motions that no document could be submitted to the committee without being translated first. However, I certainly see your concern with the motion, so I am pleased, more than happy to put that clarification in that last paragraph that once the law clerk has those documents, that they be vetted and translated prior to being submitted or distributed to committee. I'm fine with that clarification. If the clerk can add that into the motion, or if Mr. Thériault wants to make a friendly amendment, I'm fine either way, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow. I'll let Mr. Davies make that amendment when he next speaks, if it is his wish to do so. Mr. Davies, go ahead.
Donc, excusez-moi.
Mr. Davies.
Thank you. Well, so moved. But before I get to that, there's 2 points I wanted to make. One is just to remind us all that in the text of the main motion that ordered production of the documents, the criteria were very clearly laid out to the law clerk as to how redactions would occur, including one specifically to allow redaction to not interfere with contractual relations, and I don't have the exact word. So I just wanted to make that clear. The other thing that I do want to put on the record is the fact that the translation issue has been commented on by the law clerk. As we all know, the government is sending documents to the law clerk by the thousands and refusing to translate them, and leaving that job to the law clerk and the law clerk's very limited resources to translate. Now, if one were cynical or conspiratorial in mind, one might think that this was a way for the government to slow down the production of documents to this committee, because we know that the law clerk is sitting on a mountain of documents and has had to hire extra staff to do the translating. And the law clerk has gone on the record and stated, I don't have the legislation in front of me, but him being the law clerk, I would imagine he knows what he's talking about, being the chief legal officer of the Parliament, has indicated that he believes the government is in violation of its obligation to do the translation and to produce documents to the law clerk in translated form. So I just think that should be, I want to note that on the record and raise my concern for that. I do think the government, with its
Mr. Davies,
as well as other legal obligations.
Mr. Davies, we lost.
Yes.
At least I lost you for a few seconds here. Maybe back up a couple sentences if you can.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sure. Well, I was just saying that the law clerk, as the chief legal officer of Parliament, I think it should be pointed out that we're concerned that that the law clerk has had to say to the government that they are in violation of their obligation under both the Official Languages Act and other legal obligations to the law clerk, and that is slowing down the process. I agree completely. Mr. Theriault has every right to have these documents at the same time as we do in both official languages. But I don't think our committee has had a chance to weigh in on or comment on this this decision of the government through the clerk of the Privy Council to refuse to. And what I was saying was that the government, of course, has vastly greater resources in which to do the translation than the law clerk does. And so I think that that's something that we should be expressing our alarm and concern about. And by the way, I will move the motion that Mr. Theriault and Mr. Barlow both commented on.
Would you please do so explicitly, if you will, please?
I don't have the words. I'd defer to Mr. Barlow's words as the author, or Mr. Theriault's.
Let me just clarify with Mr. Clerk. Do you have the wording of the amendment that Mr. Davies wishes to move at this point?
Is it to add the official, that make sure that the documents are in both official languages? Is that the amendment?
We seem to be in agreement.
Monsieur le Président, j'en ai un.
Chair, Mr. Chair, I have a potential wording for it if we were to read the second part there. If the legal clerk does not have the documents, that it be required of the government that they be tabled with the clerk, and the government can provide the documents in both official languages, and that they be able to be examined closely. Now, this is where I would put in the official languages. The responsibility is not that of our legal clerk, it's of the government, so that's where we should lay. Is that okay? That would be the amendment that I would propose.
Square on what the amendment is. Therefore, we will conduct the discussion is now on the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment? I see Mr. Kellaway, Dr. Plowski, and Mr. Theriault have their hands up. Is this on the amendment or is this otherwise?
Or can I clarify what exactly the amendment is again? Sorry, maybe I wasn't paying enough attention. But
Mr. Clerk, would you be able to read that back to us, please?
Yes, in Mr. Barlow's motion, in the last paragraph, we will add that to make sure that the documents are tabled in both official languages. So we'll add, I have the French version here. Let me go to. So we'll have in the last paragraph that the documents, the second line, the last paragraph, that the documents in both official languages be vetted in accordance with, so to make sure that those documents will be in both official languages.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So we have Mr. Kellaway, your hand is up. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, it is. So it very well could probably connect to the motion and the sub amendment, but I'm just looking for, for my purposes in thinking this through, clarification on how these things are we suggesting these go in camera? Is that what I'm hearing? I just want to clarify that, clarification of what it looks like when we consider these documents in camera. So I'm just looking for some clarification either through you or through the clerk or from whomever.
Thank you, Mr. Kellaway. Dr. Pawlowski, you're next.
I was going to talk to the motion itself, but I can speak to the amended motion, and we can talk all day.
So
but no. I'm going to go on. I'm going to address the amendment, which
just let me clarify. So we're not talking about the amended motion because the motion is not yet amended. We're talking about the amendment now. Okay.
We're talking about the amendment.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, still, I'm gonna speak to the same thing. And again, we have all day, and there is, I think, genuine concern about revealing the details of the contract. I think a lot of you are aware that I believe in the importance of transparency and transparency of government, and I believe in as much as possible revealing unredacted documents. However, with respect to the vaccine contracts, this is obviously a very difficult area. Certainly the pharmaceutical companies and the producers of vaccines don't want these documents revealed. Where they have been revealed, and we've heard, okay, there have been instances where other countries, the EU has revealed the details of their contracts, but in fact, those were heavily redacted. And certainly there is also the concern that if another vaccine producer finds out the details of their contracts provisions of another vaccine producer, that they're going to want their contract changed, and they're going to want better provisions as well. And this is a very sensitive issue because we're kind of at their mercy. We don't produce vaccines ourselves, and certainly we put a lot of money, and down the road we probably will. And I know the Conservatives have supported some initiatives to produce vaccines in Canada, and it was certainly the desire of Canada. And we put a lot of money into, I think, over 200 million into various producers. I counted at least 4 or 5 different vaccine producers in Canada to try to develop our own vaccine. However, we're not there yet. It was a race. It was a global race. Only one, in fact, a whole bunch of companies won the gold medal, but unfortunately, none of them was in Canada. So we are dependent on the vaccine producers, and it doesn't seem to me very prudent right now to be doing something which could undermine our position with respect to the vaccine producers, because we've heard repeatedly today, and I certainly agree this is by far the most important issue facing Canada, but facing the world as well. And we want to get this right. And I'm not sure that this is a really good idea right now when we're dependent on somebody and other people for a very necessary good that all Canadians want, to be doing something that's going to potentially jeopardize our relationship with them. So we're not going to support this underlying motion. As to the amendment, which I said I'd eventually get to the amendment. As to the amendment, it being in French, sure. I mean, of course, everything should be in both official languages. That's important. And then we can debate this, and then we can go on to the other motion, and we can debate that for a long, long time as well. But I think for genuine reasons, because this is of concern. I don't think really this is an issue that we ought to be politicizing. I don't think this is a good way of scoring points off our government in fighting this fight, because I don't think this is in the best interest of Canadians right now to have this revealed, to create this controversy. And that last paragraph of your motion as it is, to require the companies to, pardon me,
Dr. Pawlowski, I would recommend that you, or I advise you to please direct your comments through the chair.
Oh, yes. Okay, Mr. Chair. perfectly correct. So I'd point out in the actual motion itself, in the last paragraph of the motion, it's requiring the vaccine companies, I believe, to produce the details of the contract. I mean, we're still to work out the details of what's national security interest, about translation, about holding things in camera, but this is like waving a red. This is going into the bull arena and waving a red flag at the bull that we want your contractual obligations revealed to the health committee. Do you really want to do that? I mean, when we're all dependent on the vaccines, I mean, you're all telling us how important it is. Mr. Chair, I would question whether it's the interest of Canadians really to be antagonizing the vaccine industry at this time. And so we want to be really prudent on this. I'm not sure that this is really motion is a good idea and something to support. But in terms of making it in French, absolutely, let's make it in French. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Pawlowski. Monsieur Thériault, allez-y, s'il vous plaît. Monsieur Thériault?
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you, Chair. I don't want to do your job for you. You're the chair, but we're on the amendment, and you've been very generous with allowing people to speak somewhat off subject, off task. But we're on the amendment. We don't want to cut anybody or gag anybody. They have the right to speak. I don't know if the clerk did, in fact, read the amendment. I didn't hear it. It was generalized, but I didn't hear it. He spoke in French, and I'm on French, so I heard him directly. And the volume is not too loud here on this from my end. But my amendment would fit in directly after supplier. And then the comma, and we would continue the text at that point. Is that right? Is that correct, Mr. Chair? Yes, in both official languages.
So I'm ready to vote on the amendment.
Standing, perhaps I didn't hear the wording correctly with what the clerk read, but my understanding that in English is that the paragraph would be modified that 7 vaccine agreements with suppliers be tabled with the committee in both official languages, that the documents be vetted, blah, 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 and so forth. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
Yes. Well, in French,
yes.
I'll have to check the English, but the spirit of the motion is in both official. I will make sure that everything will be both official languages. So I have the French version there. I will make sure that the English, so everything will be okay.
Thank you, Monsieur Thériault. Are you okay with that?
Oui.
Thank you. We go now to Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and still on the amendment. I know these motions and the amendments are read off the floor, but they're not necessarily circulated through email in English, let alone in French. And I often think of Mr. Thériault, who, being the lone sole francophone on the committee, he always has to be so patient on this committee with things coming off the floor in English. And I've done this in the past as well. I've moved amendments off the floor in English, and of course didn't have them written down. So, not to go back and forth with Mr. Thériault, Mr. Chair, but I don't have a sense of what the amendment is saying and where it comes. Mr. Thériault said it comes after the word suppliers, but and I think Mr. Thériault has a handful of motions that he's hoping to move someday at this committee as well to make things more fair and level and balance the playing field as far as making sure that everything is in English and everything that is in French. And so is there, and I ask you, Mr. Chair, I guess or the clerk through the chair, is there this amendment in English and French presented to us and to Mr. Theriault? Because it's been said a few times, but I'm not scribbling it down as it's being read. Is there a way of having this sent out in English and French, or is Mr. Theriault confident in what's there in the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. So the motion was moved orally and read orally, and so because we have simultaneous translation, there's no requirement that it be produced in writing in both official languages. If it had been submitted in writing, it would have been translated by the translation service, by the clerk, probably, before it was distributed to the committee. But there is no need for that when it was given orally. So that the motion basically reads the last paragraph, as I understand it: if the law clerk does not have such documents, that the committee request from the government the contracts for Canada's 7 vaccine agreements with suppliers be tabled with the committee in both official languages, that the documents be vetted in accordance with the parameters set out in the House motion, and that the members of the Standing Committee on Health review these documents in camera. Does that clarify things for you, Mr. Fisher?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. We go now to Ms. Rempel-Garner, please.
Thank you, Chair. Of course, I support the amendment. I believe also procedurally, in terms of how the standing order works, any documentation that is circulated to the committee has to be in both official languages. So I think that this amendment just reemphasizes a requirement that's already there, but of course we provide it. Just with regard to what would be tabled in both official languages through this amendment, my colleague, Mr. Pawlowski, suggested that I think that we shouldn't be supporting this motion because we would be mean to Big Pharma, who, like, something's wrong here. I mean, we haven't received doses of the mRNA vaccines that the Prime Minister promised. I mean, like, we're nowhere near being on schedule. And I don't think. It is our job as parliamentarians to be scrutinizing why this happened. And the information that we need to do that are in these contracts. And it is preposterous to me to be arguing like, well, the vaccine manufacturing companies, they might not give us the vaccine if we ask questions. Like think about that for a second. Like, think about what an average Canadian would think listening to a parliamentarian argue that we shouldn't be looking for information on whether or not a company has broken their contract or not, because it's really one or the other. It's either the Prime Minister is lying or the companies are delivering on schedule and the Liberal government has just negotiated a poor delivery schedule. I mean, it's really one or the other, right? And I think that's the real reason why colleagues here are hesitant to support that. I don't care about the politics of the situation. I just want a vaccine. I actually would like Justin Trudeau to get Canadians vaccines at this point in time. But our job as parliamentarians is to scrutinize information like this so that we can put pressure on the government to rectify situations that aren't working. And Mr. Pawlowski also stated a very good fact. We are at the mercy of every other country in the world right now. So as a committee, we should be finding out exactly how much we are at the mercy of other countries and then coming up with solutions to solve the problem. But in order to solve the problem, we need information to know how bad the problem is. So the argument that we should somehow be like bending over and not asking questions because Big Pharma might get mad at us is preposterous given the scale and gravity of the situation that we're facing right now. So yes, I support the motion. I support the amendment. And I hope we can just get on with business so that the law clerk can start producing these documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rempel-Garner. I would remind you of Standing Order 18, which prohibits us from impugning the integrity and of the other parliamentary associates, other members, to infer that the Prime Minister is lying. I think breaches that requirement. We go now to Mr. Kellaway. Mr. Kellaway, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and certainly I'll allow Mr. Pawlowski to respond to some of those comments. And everybody on the face of this planet wants a vaccine. Canadians want more vaccines, and what worries me about loaded words like lying, words matter, and we've seen that happen around the world. When you say someone has lied to me. And I think that is a dangerous and slippery slope to play. I look at today, I believe the Prime Minister talked about 400,000 vaccines this week, right to the end of March. And then, yes, we need to discuss and work with the premiers of our country, of our provinces, to work to get them out. Canadians across this vast country continue to feel the grief and anguish that's been brought by COVID-19. And during these exhausting months, and more than 20,000 people have died of the virus in Canada. Let that sink in. 20,000 loved ones, your neighbors, whether you're in BC, Alberta, Manitoba, Quebec, Atlantic provinces, we've all been impacted by it. And in my neck of the woods, in Cape Breton, we're often told, now is the time to step up, to stand together, to focus our efforts. We've done that on the island of Cape Breton and in northeastern Nova Scotia for centuries. Well, I think, and we can all agree, everyone on this panel, that this pandemic has got to be one of those longest moments any of us had to endure. But the seemingly unending nature of this pandemic is precisely why we have to work together as a team. And as MPs have said, that is debate, critique, and work together. It can all happen at once. So, and that goal for us here in Canada, that's a goal for every country around the globe in terms of ensuring that we have rapid and safe vaccines and other tests. Every country, and for those people that are listening today, they know every country wants to protect their citizens, and every country wants to go through this pandemic and get through it. And every country wants to kickstart the economy and get through it and restart our lives and continue our lives. And those common goals, folks, that's not just a Team Canada effort. I know we've talked about that in the past, and some people say there is not a Team Canada effort. Some people say, like me, there is. But I think it's actually a global effort. And Chair, I think we need to be reminded of the enormity of the many scientific and logistical achievements which have brought us to this place today. From the moment the first novel coronavirus sequence was made public, and it was discussed in January of last year, scientists across the world have worked day and night to develop a safe vaccine against COVID-19. From the completion of trials to the rapid ramping of vaccine production, so many individuals, Mr. Chair, have pulled together. And we know that there is a worldwide shortage of vaccines. But back to that a team approach again, it's kind of my zone in terms of forming teams and working with teams. We also know that the companies producing these vaccines are working day and night to ramp up production to levels never achieved before this pandemic at least. And we know that the way to get to the other side of this pandemic is to follow the public health advice alongside a successful vaccine rollout. And from the early days of this pandemic, Mr. Chair, the government has had the clear objective of securing safe, effective vaccines for Canadians as rapidly as possible. And during this global pandemic, the quickest route for our government to get the COVID-19 vaccines to Canadians was to pursue a diverse portfolio of potential vaccines as early as possible. And the plan was led by science. And the work was guided by our COVID-19 vaccine task force. So with the expert advice, the government managed to gain access to nearly 400 million doses of potential vaccines from 7 different manufacturers, resulting in one of the most robust portfolios in the world. And we've heard that before. And I won't get into greater detail other than that. But following the Health Canada approval of Pfizer and Moderna, vaccines we've already received, we've received about, I think, 1.4 million of COVID-19 vaccines to provinces and territories. And between those two companies, we're on track to have enough vaccines for everyone in Canada who wants to be vaccinated by the end of September. So, Chair, we also need to continue to follow developments concerning the vaccine candidates of the 5 other manufacturers we have agreements with. That's exceptionally important. But again, when it comes to supplies, from day one, our government has worked hard to secure the supplies needed to administer the vaccines. So just as an example, we've purchased, I think it's millions of syringes of varying sizes from a range of suppliers. So that includes 64 million of low dead volume syringes, which are extremely limited around the world. A million, I think it is, of those specialized syringes have arrived, 1 million in Canada. And Chair, Canada has a robust plan, which we're rolling out. And yes, there are delays, and there were delays. But we all know that in every country across the world, the demand for vaccines outstrips current supply. So yes, production is ramping up, but we know there have been, and will continue to be, as I mentioned, bumps on the road. But particularly as the production ramps up, we know that in the short term, the numbers of vaccines available will fluctuate a bit. And in some cases, in all cases, that's not a good thing. We want to see vaccines come out fast and furious. Once the higher levels of production become the norm, and this is the reality check, our expectation is that there will be more stable supply of vaccines. And I know being told there's a delay in delivery is the last thing anyone wants to hear. And I believe when you're open and transparent, you take the good, but you also need to know about the bad. But this promise, the promise that we made as a government, is to give the Canadians the latest vaccine news, whether it was good or bad. So, news of the temporary short-term delay in the delivery of the Pfizer vaccine and the temporary reduction in Moderna vaccines, has it been frustrating for everyone on this panel? Yes. Has it been frustrating for everyone in opposition and government? Yes. Every Canadian is frustrated by that. But let me repeat, and I think it's important, especially in this world where, you can put out any statement you want on social media. Anyone can do that. But I want to repeat that, we have 6 million doses of Moderna and Pfizer vaccines in Canada. We will have them. And 80 million doses by the end of the year. And that's important to remember. And that's important to repeat. The government's comprehensive and very well planned vaccine strategy means when delays such as the one we experienced 2 weeks ago, when we experience them, we have the capacity to respond. And in closing, because we feel that getting vaccines means that surely an end of this pandemic must be in sight, and any delay in rollout, however short term, it does add to our worry and exhaustion. And we're tired. Everyone is tired. But there is light at that tunnel, and there is a plan in place. So keeping ourselves, our loved ones, and our community safe from coast to coast to coast right now is the critical part of making sure that as many Canadians as possible will benefit from the vaccine rollout. As the Prime Minister has said, and we've talked about this today, and I appreciate the comments from all parties. None of us are want a political battle. All of us want to focus on the solution. And our strategy of implementing a diverse portfolio and receiving commitments early on from the manufacturers, it's my contention at least, is one that will deliver for Canadians. So just wanted to get off my chest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kellaway. It seems that everybody is determined to speak on the main motion, as presumably amended. We still have the amendment on the floor. I'm wondering if we can get unanimous consent to pass or to vote on that amendment? Did we have anybody who opposes that? Please signify. Seeing unanimous consent, thank you to the committee. The amendment is passed, so we will resume discussion on the motion as amended. So we go back to Dr. Pelosi, please. Doctor, go ahead.
Well, after that fine, eloquent speech by Mr. Kellaway, it was very well said and very succinct and to the point, and I really have to credit him with that. Maybe not sufficiently succinct, though, that I having trouble remembering what Ms. Rumpel-Gardner's accusations were against me. But if I remember them correctly, I was being accused of being too sympathetic to the poor old vaccine industry, that Canadians wanted to know the details of this agreement. As I recall, in our recent meeting about the PMPRB, I think it was myself that accused the poor executive from the pharmaceutical company of holding Canadians hostages to their demands that we withdraw the changes to the PMPRB. So I don't think I heard the Conservatives having similar concerns about the motivation of the pharmaceutical industry. However, I'm certainly not a blind supporter of everything Big Pharma does. Certainly, in my past life and the work I've done in global health, I've certainly, at least at times, been led to the conclusion that big pharmaceuticals are not always. Sometimes a lot of pharmaceuticals are great, but there's some bad actors out there, and there are some pharmaceutical companies which aren't always acting in the best interests of humanity. So here I'm being accused of being too sympathetic with the pharmaceutical companies who don't want their contractual relationship revealed with our government. Maybe I am, but you know what? The Ministry of Health, when I talked to the Ministry of Health, they had, it seemed to me, genuine concerns that by having to reveal the contractual relationships with the vaccine companies, that this could jeopardize our relationship with the vaccine producers and could jeopardize our supply. Now, maybe they're lying. Maybe that's not true. I don't know. But you know what? The pharmaceutical and the vaccine producers do seem pretty worried about revealing these contractual obligations. They haven't made them public. They haven't made them public anywhere. So maybe the Ministry of Health isn't in fact lying to us. Maybe in fact there is real genuine concern that this is going to harm the interests of Canadians. Now the Conservatives can stick their chests out and be really macho and say, come on, this all Canadians want to reveal the terms of this contract. Well, like it being macho that ends up hurting all of Canadians because it's jeopardizing our vaccine supply is not, in my opinion, a good idea. And I go back to your last paragraph of this motion where you're requiring vaccine producers to...
Through the chair, please.
I go back to, I'm not sure how to make that through the chair, but I go back to the last paragraph where you're requiring vaccine producers to forward their contracts to a process that it's yet to be determined what's going to be redacted. It's yet to be determined how this is going to go in camera. And I think the pharmaceutical industry and the vaccine producers are not going to like this. And again, I don't really know how important it is to the vaccine producers. My understanding is that this could jeopardize our vaccine supply. And does the opposition really want to roll the dice? Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but let's roll the dice because we're conservatives and we're macho. So let's play hardball with them. I don't think this is the time to be playing hardball.
Thank you, Dr. Pelosi. Mr. Barlow, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And when I put this motion together, I was hearing from constituents about the concerns they had when they were seeing countries like the United States and the United Kingdom having much better access to vaccines than we had here in Canada. But I had some faith in the government of Canada and our bureaucrats to be negotiating the best agreement possible. However, after listening to Mr. Pawlowski's comments over the last few minutes, I am extremely concerned. The fact that now all of a sudden, if we're worried about antagonizing the vaccine manufacturers, that it could jeopardize the delivery of vaccines. What kind of agreement did we sign that if we question what the agreements are, they can somehow just arbitrarily cut us off if they don't like the tone of the opposition or the government? Do we have zero obligations in these contracts for the pharmaceutical companies to meet their contractual agreements? That if there is somehow a bad tone from the Canadian House of Commons that Pfizer or Johnson & Johnson or AstraZeneca or Moderna said, yeah, you know what, we don't like the tone, and thank goodness we signed ridiculous contracts with the government in Canada that we can just withhold vaccines. I think that is incredibly short-sighted. If we indeed have these incredible agreements, these ironclad agreements with these pharmaceutical companies, I think they should be open for scrutiny. But now for my colleague to be saying if we antagonize them, it could jeopardize the delivery of vaccines, to me that is just saying, holy smokes, what kind of agreements did we actually sign that a tweet or a Facebook post or an Instagram is going to send off Johnson & Johnson to cut off our delivery of vaccines? So now I am more ardent that this motion must be supported by this committee, because I want to know what is in those agreements. Are there cash penalties? Are there obligations in terms of meeting the agreement and the quotas that the government of Canada has reached with these pharmaceutical companies? Is there something more stringent or stronger than best efforts to meet our agreements? And I agree with my colleague Mr. Kellaway about the number of deaths that we've had in Canada. You're right. And I don't like to, obviously I'm a passionate and fiery person, but I don't like to overblow things and say, you know what, these agreements could have an impact on saving lives. But you're right, Mr. Kellaway, you're nailed it. We are about trying to save lives. And when I see, I spoke to some friends of mine in the United Kingdom yesterday. My aunt in Scotland is getting her second vaccine dose today. And I can't help wonder, like, if we were better out of the gate, how many Canadian lives would we have saved if we had access to vaccines? And I know that what the Prime Minister said today, but we can't treat this like we're ordering something on Amazon and say, you know what, I've made all kinds of orders. I have a bunch of orders from all these different vaccine companies. I've got these contracts. The question is, do I actually have the vaccine? And that's what we don't have. I get it that we've got, you say we have the largest portfolio in the world of vaccines that we've ordered. Great. But how many vaccines do we actually have? And that is the biggest disappointment, the biggest failure that we're facing right now is we don't have those vaccines. And I get it. They may be coming, but reassure. And, I'm going to, as I say that about reassurance, I'm going to read a quote from my colleague, Mr. Pawlowski, that came up in some of the documents that were found. And I know you're laughing, Marcus, but I've just got to call you out a little bit on this one. And this is a quote. I think a lot of people would have more faith in our ability to do this quickly and effectively if we know there's a transparent process as to how we are doing things. And as I've said, it is hard now to accept reassurances that we are prepared, that we are doing all of the things when we can never, ever get the specifics as to what we are doing and how we are going to do it. Compare that to what we hear about the health response, to what we get in terms of the economic response on things like EI, taxes, student loans, business assistance. There we get specifics, not just we assure all Canadians that we are doing the things necessary. That's right. I couldn't agree with you more, Mr. Pawlowski, that assurances aren't enough. And even the Liberal members of Parliament understand that, if our agreements were so good, why are we dipping into the COVAX to get vaccines, And I don't, I know we're going to get a spin that this was part of the agreement. This is normal. It's embarrassing. And it has tarnished our reputation on the global stage. There is no question about it. You cannot spin that. The fact that a G7 country is dipping into COVAX for vaccines that were meant for developing and poorer countries, and we are taking those for Canada. I'm sorry. As a Canadian citizen, as a proud Canadian, that is embarrassing. And there's no question that has tarnished our reputation on the global stage. I want to know what is in those contracts. I want to ensure that we are saving Canadian lives and we don't leave this to reassurances from the government. And I think Canadian taxpayers have a right to know on how their tax dollars are being spent. And we are spending tens of millions of now we're getting close to $1 trillion on this COVID pandemic. And I think vaccines are an integral part of that. And Canadian taxpayers have the right to know what agreements were signed on their behalf. So to saying we're going to antagonize these pharmaceutical companies and jeopardize deliveries, I think is extremely short-sighted and a horrifically poor argument to tell pat a Canadian taxpayer on the head and say, you know what, you don't need to know this. It's too important for you to know this. Just sit back and take the assurances of the Prime Minister, which we've been doing. And, I'm sorry, it's just not good enough. And Mr. Callaway, I know you talked about, the syringes. And I spoke to the Alberta Minister of Health this week, and the Saskatchewan Minister of Health was at committee. And they are getting less than 50% of those 6 doses out of the vaccine vial. So even with the label change. So we are asking Canadians, we don't know when vaccines are going to be here. But the vaccines that we do have, we need you to, portion that out. Do everything you possibly can. And at the best of times in Alberta and Saskatchewan, they're getting 50% out of 50% of the time they're getting that 6th dose out of that vial. So how do we ask provinces to ration the vaccine that they have, and not being able to tell them what's going to happen? So this is just getting worse and worse and worse. And I'm not trying to make this a partisan issue, but no offense, the Liberals are in government. The Liberals have to wear this. This is your strategy, for lack of a better term, but I would argue that there isn't a vaccine strategy whatsoever.
Through the chair, please.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair. I would argue that the current Liberal government does not have a vaccine strategy. And the contracts, what we're able to see, as Mr. Pawlowski said, it may be all the information that we're looking for may not be there, but we've structured the fact that what can be redacted and what can't by the law clerk. And I think it's imperative that Canadians have the answers that they want. That is the job that we are here. And again, and I will just conclude with this, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate everybody's insight on this, but the arguments that have been put forward as to why we can't support this motion because we may antagonize pharmaceutical companies and jeopardize delivery, I think is ridiculous. If our agreements on those procurement of vaccines are strong, we shouldn't worry about that. And the second is that, just be reassured, it just doesn't hold water anymore. I certainly don't hear from my constituents that they're pleased with, hey, we just want a reassurance that we're going to get a vaccine. No, they want to know in detail or best detail that we can get. What is the agreements that have been signed? Are there cash penalties? Why did we negotiate those on monthly instead of or quarterly rather than monthly quotas? What are the ramifications by those pharmaceutical companies if they don't meet their obligations? I think that is fair. These are taxpayers. These are Canadian citizens whose lives are on the line. And I know if, me and my family, I want to know where they stand as well. We are talking about Canadians' lives, and to just pat them on the head and say, this isn't something you are worthy or deserve to know, I don't think is fair. And I'm hoping that my colleagues on this committee will see that we are not asking for anything that we're not going to get eventually, but we're asking, as what we have seen over the last several weeks, that this should be prioritized. And the law clerk should have access to these documents if he does not have them already, and get them translated and submitted to this committee as quickly as possible for us to review and provide Canadians the answers they so rightly deserve. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow. Ms. Sidhu, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have all heard very clearly the terms of the contracts are to remain confidential. The opposition may choose to ignore it, but it has been made clear that disclosing certain details will compromise our bargaining position with the manufacturer and their position with other countries. If we were to be in breach of contract and lose vaccines, it would be damaging for our country and for Canadians. This seems pretty clear to everyone, almost everyone, except to the opposition members who are apparently not understanding that neither the European Union nor other countries reveal their contracts. Not that violating our agreement could repudiate the contracts. Our opposition member have their turn to ask the companies when they appear before our committee. They could have invited the companies to appear and ask them questions directly. Last meeting, 2 Minister General Fortin and Dr. Tam were in attendance. Canadians have been assured repeatedly that we have a secure vaccine scheduled before the end of September. We know there have been delays. It's a bumpy road, because Pfizer has expanding their plant, but these delays have been explained. And we remain committed to securing 6 million doses by the end of March. We know that the timeline is, and we have been very transparent on this matter. There are things that cannot be disclosed from the contracts. I know the opposition like to wave around contracts from other countries and props, but those are very heavily redacted. That is just a fact. Our government is withholding information they are allowed to give us and are just choosing not to. But has there been a slowdown of delivery for a few weeks? Yes. But with also firm commitment that we will receive more than 400,000 doses every week. We all know this is an evolution situation. So there will be bumps. I can understand why that can be frustrating, but we are still on track to deliver enough doses to vaccine almost half the country by the summer. We provided to the provinces today confirmed numbers of more than 400,000 doses a week will be delivered, which does get to 4 million doses. Once again, starting next week, we'll be receiving tens of thousands of doses of Pfizer vaccine, with several millions more on the way with Pfizer and Moderna alone. We remain on track to receive 6 million vaccine by the end of the March. 20 million between April and June, and a total of 70 million doses by the end of September, just as we promised to Canadians. Mr. Chair, we also continue to follow development concerning the vaccine candidates of the 5 other manufacturers we have agreement with: Sanofi, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, Novavax, with the view of getting more Health Canada approved vaccine into Canada as quickly as we can. We need these vaccines quickly. You all know how much Brampton has been affected by the pandemic and all country. It got so sad the armed force had to come in and they reported appropriate condition and in our long-term care homes. In the first wave of COVID-19 was without a doubt, it is a tragedy. We all know we are facing that. I think the majority of us can agree with this fact. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dew. We go now to Mr. Davies. Mr. Davies, go ahead.
Thank you, all. I'm sorry I've lost my video. So, Mr. Chair, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you fine. I can't see you when you nod and so forth, so I will miss that dimension, but I'm sure you'll overcome that. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess what I have to say on this is a number of things. First, the contracts are coming. That is the will of the House of Commons. We had this debate, and the motion was duly moved and passed in the House of Commons, ordering the government to disclose all of the documents, and that includes the vaccine contracts. So really, it's academic at this point to argue about whether the documents should or should not come. They are coming, and if we're all Democrats here, the majority in the House of Commons voted in favor of that. So I think we need to respect that. The only question really is when. those contracts come. And what I appreciate about this motion is that it posits the thesis that we should have those vaccine contracts sooner rather than later. I support that. The basic issue, of course, is I think that's underlining this is whether or not someone believes the contract should or should not be disclosed. You know, I have a ton of respect for Dr. Pawlowski, my good friend, and he's, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he seems to be suggesting that it's his opinion that the contracts should not be disclosed, and he gave some reasons why. Well, again, that ship has sailed. Those arguments were made, and the majority of parliamentarians decided that, no, we did want to see them. On the issue of redaction, I will repeat that everybody agrees. I think we've all joined issue with the fact that we understand that there is sensitive information in the contracts that are properly redacted. And the motion that was introduced by Michelle Rempel-Garner acknowledged that, and it allows the law clerk to redact for those purposes. So that issue is already taken care of. I want to point out again, I know that the Liberals don't seem to like this.
Apparemment, les libéraux n'aiment pas trop ça ou veulent minimiser cet aspect de la chose.
Translator there. My point is that other countries have released contracts. The United States has released the Moderna and Pfizer contracts. The EU has released the AstraZeneca contract. Brazil has released the AstraZeneca contract. And there are varying degrees of redaction. In the US, it's true that the two contracts that were released were significantly redacted, but they're still released, and there still is some information that has been disclosed to the public in the US. Brazil's contract was not so heavily redacted. There was a lot of information that the Brazilian government allowed their public to see. And the EU, as we know from the minister last week, confirmed the EU and AstraZeneca negotiated the release of the document. So to Dr. Pawlowski's point that this will anger the pharmaceutical companies, that is contradicted by the Minister Anand's own revelation that one of the pharmaceutical companies did agree to release part of the document. Now, I would hasten to point out this is not a contract between two private individuals in a commercial transaction. This is a contract signed by the Government of Canada on behalf of the Canadian citizens, and it should follow normal procurement rules. No one negotiating a contract with the Government of Canada who's doing so on behalf of taxpayers has any expectation that their agreement is totally secret. Now, I would also point out, I still can't get an answer. I tried to push Minister Anand last week on this. Surely the delivery schedules are in the contracts. Surely the number of doses that have been contracted for are in the contracts. Well, the Liberal government has revealed those details. How is it that they're not in violation of the confidentiality clause of the agreement? You know what that tells me? That tells me that the government is selectively revealing information about the contracts. Information that it wants Canadians to know that might make the government look good. But it doesn't want to and is not revealing any information that might reveal the converse. Now, on that, by the way, I understand why Pfizer and Moderna may not want the prices to be revealed. I understand why they may not want any technical information that might reveal their production, although I highly doubt that's in the contracts to begin with. But why would Pfizer and Moderna have any objection to Canadians knowing what the delivery schedule is or the number of doses we're going to get and when? Why would they have any objection to us understanding what the consequential provisions of the agreement in terms of breach of contract say or don't say? Why would that be a matter of secrecy to them? It doesn't make any sense at all. By the way, I asked Minister Anand last week if she would disclose the confidentiality clauses themselves. Let's see those. Because she claimed that the confidentiality clauses prohibit the release of any and all information in the contracts. Now, I'm a lawyer and I was a contract lawyer for 16 years. And I'll tell you, it's not usual that a confidentiality clause imposes a blanket confidentiality restriction on everything in the agreement. Usually there are sensitive parts that are not, but I may be wrong on this. Let's see the confidentiality clause. Surely we can see that. Now, I think Mr. Barlow made an excellent point. The government can't speak out of both sides of its mouth. It can't say that we have secured these doses to the point where we will get 6 million doses by the end of March, and every Canadian will be vaccinated who wants one by September. And then say that, oh, well, if we reveal any parts of these contracts, the pharmaceutical companies may cut off the supply. We either have a contract that secures our obligations or we don't. Now, I'll tell you what I suspect. But before I get there, I'll just say this. It just came out today that Canada is now 47th in the world on administration of first doses of vaccines, and the source of that is Oxford. So I think we can all agree that that's probably a fairly reputable source. I remember when we were 16th and Liberals were saying, well, that's not so bad. And then when we were 24th, and then when we were 35th, and now we're 47th. And even as we're slipping to 47th, I still see people say, well, just wait, it's coming. You know, the facts are that we have gone from the Prime Minister saying we have the best portfolio in the world to not being able to get these vaccines in Canadians' arms. Now, I hope that changes, and I suspect it will change. I suspect we will get millions of doses. We're not going to be 47th forever, but let's face it, this is not where Canadians expected us to be. This is not where the Prime Minister represented we would be in middle of February. Now, I want to say what my suspicion is. I'm curious because we have the Prime Minister in this government that has said repeatedly that in 2015 it would be transparent by default. They went to great lengths to distinguish his government from the previous Harper government, that they would be science focused, they would unleash the scientists, they would be transparent by default. But you know what? Not being transparent here, with great respect to Mr. Chair about Ms. Sidhu's comments when she said the government's being very transparent. Really? Really? I mean, we're sitting here having a fight over even revealing a single word in a single contract that we've signed. And we all know that there's things in those contracts that can safely be revealed. That's not being transparent. That's being the opposite of transparent. But here's my suspicion. I think there's a reason the government doesn't want to release these contracts and is fighting so darn hard to not do so. And that's because Prime Minister Trudeau has said, he has given his word on a number of occasions that we will have 6 million doses by the end of March. 4 million from Pfizer, 2 million from Moderna. He repeatedly says that. He also has said, as I've said earlier, that every Canadian who wants a vaccine dose will have one by September. By the way, not in September, by September. And incidentally, he's been a little slippery on that. First, it was all Canadians will be vaccinated. Then it was all Canadians who want to be vaccinated. Now I've even heard him say all vaccines will get a shot. So it's a little bit of a muddy target there. But in any event, what has been absolutely firmly stated is that we will have doses by September to Canadians who want one. My suspicion is that if we were to see these contracts, we would see that these contracts contain provisions that are much shakier than that. I think we're going to see provisions that say that these companies will provide doses of vaccines to Canadians subject to production, subject to availability, subject to all sorts of things. And you know what? I think that's understandable, and I think that's reasonable. The political problem the Prime Minister has got into is that that's not what he told Canadians. He didn't say, you know what, subject to a number of things we expect to be vaccinating it, get 6 million doses by March. He has not said, subject to a number of exigencies, we expect and hope that people will be vaccinated by September. So you know what? He's made his bed and now he's stuck in it because he can't at the same time make a bold claim of firm receipt of doses and then refuse to produce the documents that would back that up, because I think they'll show that his very firm commitments are simply overstatements. And that's my suspicion of why the Liberals are so reluctant to release what taxpayers have every right to see. Now, the other thing that I wanted to mention is there are a few other issues that make me curious about why this government is being so reluctant. This government has repeatedly said that we have enough vaccines secured from Pfizer and Moderna alone to vaccinate every Canadian by September. But then, a week and a half ago as well, no, they tap into the COVAX fund with, let's be honest, its main function is to provide vaccines to poor and middle income countries in the world for 1.9 million doses that we will receive in June. And remember, COVAX is over and above the 7 contracts. That's the 8th source of vaccine that Canada has secured. These 7 sources that we have include 20 million doses from AstraZeneca, and the 1.9 million doses through COVAX is also from AstraZeneca. So I scratch my head and wonder, well, why is that? If we have enough doses from just Moderna and Pfizer alone, and then we have another 5 vaccine manufacturers, including AstraZeneca, that we've secured 20 million doses from, why would we need to tap into 1.9 million doses from COVAX on top of that? All these facts together come and spell one thing for me, that the political commitment that's being made by Prime Minister Trudeau is not backed up by the behavior and the actions of this government. Now, if he came clean and said, look, maybe I overstated things, I can't be sure that we're going to get those vaccine doses by March or by September, that would be honest, but it would also show that his repeated commitments that he made up to now have not been entirely truthful. So for all these reasons, I think we as health committee members, in asking the law clerk to receive the contracts, redact according to the criteria that have been given, and send those to the health committee here so that we can see whatever is unredacted is absolutely responsible. And frankly, I don't understand anyone who would argue against those. Certainly I've seen no evidence that any of the vaccine manufacturers have withdrawn supplies from the EU or from the US or from Brazil because they've released redacted contracts. So that academic fear that's been expressed is actually completely belied by the evidence that we've seen. So, with great respect to all my colleagues, there's many, many reasons why we should be in support of this motion and see these contracts in redacted form. And there are, in my view, very, very few reasons why we would be that would properly ground in opposition to this motion. So, it's quite clear to me that the government doesn't want to pass this motion. I think at the end of the day, we come to a fundamental question of whether or not Canadians have a right to see any part of these contracts or not. And what I'm hearing is Liberals are taking the position that Canadians don't have a right to see a single word of these contracts. And the opposition for our part is saying that that's not a tenable position. And I'm happy to take that, discussion to the public and get their views on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. We go now to Mr. Fisher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I always enjoy listening to Mr. Davies' rationale. There's a lot of talk about the House motion. I want to just read Y and Z in the House motion. An order of the House to do issue for all memoranda, emails, documents, notes, and other records relating to the COVID-19 vaccine task force and its subcommittees. Z, an order of the House do issue for all memoranda, emails, documents, notes, and other records relating to the Government of Canada's COVID-19 vaccine distribution and monitoring strategy, including but not limited to anticipated timelines for the distribution of an approved COVID-19 vaccine across Canada and the prioritization of population groups for vaccination. AA, all documents issued pursuant to this order be organized by department. All departments issued permanent to this order be organized by department and be provided to the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel within 15 days of the adoption of this order, be vetted for matters of personal privacy information and national security, and with respect to paragraph Y only, be additionally vetted for information the disclosure of which could reasonably be expected to interfere with contractual or other negotiations between the Government of Canada and a third party by the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel within 7 days of the receipt of the documents, be laid upon the table by the Speaker at the next earliest opportunity once vetted and permanently referred to the Standing Committee of Health. So I did hear, I thought, I don't want to put words in Mr. Davies' mouth, but I did hear he said something along the lines of the House motion was going to dictate that we would get these anyway. I'm not a lawyer. I know Dr. Pawlowski and Mr. Davies are both lawyers, so that would have those statements would have meant a lot more to them than it did to me. But I don't see the mention of contracts in there. And Mr. Chair, transparency and accountability, and we've said this many, many times, are extremely important to this government. And Minister Anand and others have also said that we're committed to releasing as much information as possible on all of our efforts throughout this pandemic without putting access to supplies, including vaccines, at risk. So we're providing information publicly on the vaccine delivery schedules. I have to tip my hat, if I could, to Major General Danny Fortin. You know, every day he's in front of the press and in front of Canadians stating that with the best information that he has, this is what's coming out this week, and this is what's going to be sent as working numbers to each province and each territory. I understand that there's not a single country out there doing that level of work, and I don't think that that's something that he, had to do, but I do think it's something that he chose to do so that provinces could be as prepared as possible, knowing full well that there could be bumps in the road, knowing full well that the numbers were working numbers. And, speaking of numbers, we hear now that after the 15th, we'll start to get 400 to 500,000, 400 to 470,000 or something like that per week until the end of March so that we can hit those totals that we need to hit. But by providing those deliveries week by week to provinces and territories, it gives them a chance to plan for their delivery operations. And, again, no other country is putting out publicly weekly delivery schedules. The minister spoke about this heavily at her appearance, and she explained why. I think she also mentioned, and I don't want to put words in the minister's mouth, but she mentioned a non-disclosure agreement. And we've heard comments about copies of contracts in other countries that were released, and I was told by someone that the entire contract was just about completely redacted and blacked out to the point that there was very little information in that contract. A contract is an agreement between two parties, and one party can't choose to arbitrarily, in my opinion, share that information until the other party suggests that that's okay. And I believe that there is a non-disclosure agreement within that. Mr. Chair, we've all lived our lives in the shadow of this virus over the past year. Canadians have experienced isolation, uncertainty, heartbreak. And I mean, everyone in this committee can talk about how we've missed seeing our friends, and we're all type A personalities. We're huggers, we're high-fivers, we're handshakers. And, I'm like you all, locked in a small room on Zoom all day long. I miss family and I miss friends and extended families. We have communities that have lost businesses or had trouble making ends meet. We've seen communities band together. Here in Nova Scotia, we have, our own sort of little bubble, and we've been very, very successful because the members of our communities bought in early to public health guidelines. They truly did, because they love their neighbors, they love their communities, they love their families, and they're taking this so seriously that we've had extremely low numbers. But again, many businesses have gone out of business or have had trouble making ends meet, and we have lost many loved ones to this horrible pandemic. And we're seeing the pandemic continue, and we're seeing it continue to take a toll on Canadians, but we are seeing the numbers go down. We're seeing the numbers go down since the increase in January, and that's a good sign. And we're seeing safe and effective vaccines being rolled out across the country. But we know how difficult this has been, and we just all want this pandemic to end. So, as vaccinations roll out among those in our communities who are most at risk of infection, we need to keep following the measures that prevent the spread of this virus and its variants. We know what worked in the first wave. We just need to buckle down and continue to do that. Mr. Chair, from the beginning of this pandemic, the government has been keeping Canadians safe by acquiring PPE. We talked about that at our committee back in the past, and supplies in a very competitive worldwide market. I think we all heard that very clearly, that every country was staking out their territory to get as much PPE as they possibly could in the early days. And we continued to work nonstop, negotiating access to hundreds of millions of doses of vaccines. We heard Mr. Kellaway talk about, and Mr. Barlow reiterate what Mr. Kellaway said with the portfolio of vaccine companies that we've dealt with. Again, in an atmosphere that is very volatile and very complex, and a bunch of countries staking out their claim. Mr. Chair, Canadians across the country have been taking guidance from our public health officials to heart. And as I said, for Nova Scotians, truly putting it into action. The spirit of cooperation has been crucial as our first line of defense to keep our neighbors and communities safe. But we all know that the only way to get us through this marathon of a pandemic is to get vaccines to all Canadians who want one. And every member of this committee understands that and knows how important that is. And that has been the goal of our strategy, making sure that safe and effective vaccines can be delivered, distributed, and administered as soon as we could acquire them. And Mr. Chair, it's a strategy that we've been putting into action for a long time. The fact that getting these vaccines to Canadians in a timely manner means that we are competing with that entire world, that market, that competitive market of countries, again, staking out their claim to vaccines in the world, is showing that vaccines are such an incredibly precious commodity. We've been approaching companies from around the world. As soon as their vaccine candidates began to show some promise, we would ink a contract with them, knowing full well that there could be bumps in the road, and not knowing in advance, way back in the early days of the pandemic. Because, Mr. Chair, I don't think there's much evidence in history of vaccines being developed, approved, and sent around the world and the provinces and territories 11 months after a pandemic has hit, which, again, I'd like to give some kudos to the scientific world, and it's absolutely incredible what this world was able to accomplish as far as getting vaccines, developed, approved, and manufactured and sent out to countries all around the world. We knew that approach based on the most recent scientific developments, and thanks to COVID-19 Vaccine Task Force, we had access to advice from leading experts in vaccines and immunology to alert us to the best candidates. And of course, we've signed with 7 of those best candidates. So we got commitments and signed flexible agreements with 7 vaccine manufacturers, starting with Moderna in July, long time ago. And again, going back to the point that July, 6 months after a pandemic hits, that's absolutely amazing. This government then went on to get access to millions of doses to put in options on our purchase agreements for millions and millions more. By ensuring access to nearly 400 million doses of potential vaccines from 7 different manufacturers, our strategy is set to deliver for Canadians. And Mr. Chair, I'm proud to say that experts across Canada and around the world agree with this approach. They include Dr. Zane Chagla of McMaster University, Jason Kindrachuk of the University of Manitoba, and health law professor Lorian Hardcastle at the University of Calgary, and Susan Athey of Stanford University has called Canada a role model. By building that diverse portfolio, as Mr. Kellaway had called it, of vaccines, we have positioned Canada to be able to deploy vaccines as quickly as possible. Mr. Chair, this approach is providing much needed security to communities across Canada. Shipments of Moderna and Pfizer vaccines have been arriving, and our most vulnerable people in long-term care homes and healthcare workers are being vaccinated. Working together with the provinces and territories, we've received and distributed a total of 1.4 million COVID-19 vaccine doses, with Canadians getting their first dose, with more being inoculated every day. However, the road continues to be long, and we do need to anticipate that things can go wrong and what is proving to be an unstable and unpredictable marketplace. Countries are clamoring to get their doses that they negotiated for, as I said earlier, as fast as possible, and Canada's no exception. Again, it's a pressurized, extremely pressurized environment, and we know and we've seen that there will be bumps. But I think the Prime Minister and the government have remained vigilant. They have been in contact nearly every day with the CEOs of these companies. They've reassured us that they will meet their commitments for the first quarter of this year. That means Pfizer will still deliver a total of 4 million doses and Moderna 2 million by the end of March. Mr. Chair, Canada is hardly alone in facing obstacles in receiving vaccines, but this is what our strategy was designed for. Having a number of agreements in place, building a diverse portfolio, and keeping arrangements flexible are helping to bring stability to a really a chaotic situation. So while the numbers may fluctuate in the short term, manufacturers will continue to find efficiencies as they produce. We've seen already that Pfizer's had to upgrade their facility in order to be able to produce more and more doses for distribution around the world. And this government remains committed to sharing accurate information as soon as we get it. As more doses are produced, the system for manufacturing and distributing vaccines will stabilize. Mr. Chair, I know that every member of this committee, just like all Canadians, wants to see, as I said earlier, an end to this terrible pandemic. And anytime we hear of delays in getting vaccine shipments, the frustration grows. But we've put Canada on the right track with a strategy for acquiring vaccines that combines diversification, flexibility, and aggressive negotiating. And when setbacks occur, we're committed to keeping Canadians informed and to redoubling our efforts to get shipments back on schedule. And as we've said before, the race to end this pandemic has been a marathon more than a sprint. And now more than ever, all of us members of this committee need to conserve our energy for fighting the virus for Canadians and not each other. If we work together now, we'll be able to get together soon. I like that line. And more safely, we will get through this. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. We go now to Dr. Pawlowski. Dr. Pawlowski, please go ahead.
Thank you, and I have to thank my colleague Darren Fisher for his very succinct examination of the vaccine issue. So I have to also thank my Conservative colleagues for having cited me. So therefore, I get my voice in twice. Not only do I say it myself, but I get the Conservatives to say what I said earlier, which is great for me. Now, let me clarify something about that. That was early on in the pandemic. That was in an internal email which came out, I guess, because of the House motion, but it was from one Liberal MP to the Liberal COVID committee, and that was related to the ventilator issue. I was concerned that we didn't have enough ventilators. And, am I going to say something to my own government, to my own party, when I have health concerns of my constituents in mind? Damn right I am. And you know what? No one in the party has yet given me much grief over that. And certainly it'd be a sad state of affairs if you can't send emails to your colleagues and people within the party making suggestions. Because what is criticism? My criticism is just saying, I think there's a better way we can do things than the way we are. And then we have to worry that potentially because of these kind of motion, it goes public. So what are you supposed to do? Not send such things to your own party? You're supposed to stay quiet when you see things happen? I don't think that's in anybody's best interest. I will continue to look after the interests of my constituents. And let me just clarify another thing. As for Darren Fisher's comment, I I'm not a lawyer. I was never called to the bar. I did do my law degree, and I did a master's of law, in fact, in global health law, which was up until the pandemic a particularly obscure area of law, but now suddenly seems to be fairly important. With respect to the vaccines, I'm going to speak a little bit more about that. But to go back to the issue at hand, the Conservatives say, well, why can't we know the details of the contract? Is the contract that flimsy that if we were to reveal the details, it would jeopardize our supply? Now, it was a long time since I did contract law, I have to admit, and I never practiced contract law like Mr. Davies did. So I can't say I'm any great expert on contract law. And, I was probably at the time a pretty poor student of contract law. However, there is something called breach of contract, as I recall. I mean, there is contractual obligations that one's required to follow. And if you don't follow the contractual obligations, you're held in breach of contract. One of the contractual obligations in our contract with the vaccine producers is a privacy clause, a confidentiality clause. And Don Davies, I think I think perhaps one of the most brilliant questions I've heard anybody ask, not just in these kind of meetings, but any time at all, was, well, can you reveal the terms of the confidentiality clause? Which I thought was an absolutely brilliant question. But I mean, it goes to show we don't even know what is in that confidentiality clause. So if in revealing, even through a committee like this, through the Government of Canada, would revealing at least parts of that contract make us in breach of the contract? I don't know. And my guess is because there hasn't been a pandemic, there hasn't been an issue like this before, that kind of issue and whether we would be in breach of contract would be something that someone like the Supreme Court of Canada would have to come up to with an answer to that question. Do we want to chance it? Do we want to roll the dice again? Okay, maybe they would lose, but maybe we wouldn't. So where was I going to go with this? But the other thing I was going to say about this was regardless of whether you're in breach of contract or not breach of contract, this market at the moment, the market for vaccines is absolutely 100% a seller's market right now. And certainly the vaccine companies could find other buyers of the vaccines. So do you want to really give them an excuse, an opportunity? Because my guess is right now, given vaccines are such a hot commodity, and places apparently like they're robbing trucks containing vaccines to try to get the vaccines. So my guess is, yes, the vaccine producers could find a higher price for the vaccines right now. So do you really want to give them the opportunity? Do you want to give them the business case? Do you want to give them the legal case to say that we're in breach of contract? The Government of Canada hasn't been very, very favorable to the vaccine companies, and give them the opportunity. I don't think so, and here, and you've quoted me earlier about criticizing my government. I'm not just saying this because I'm a liberal. I'm saying it because I believe it. I don't think this is the time to get macho and start demanding things of people that we're dependent on. And we are dependent on the vaccine producers. That's unfortunate. We are dependent on them. But let me say a little bit about the fact that we're dependent upon them. And why are we dependent on them? Why could that be? Well, in fact, there was a time in our history where we would have been in a much better position in terms of producing vaccines. Connaught Laboratory, and I went to U of T. I don't know who else went to U of T there, but and as I recall, I used to run by Connaught Laboratory regularly. It's on Spadina Avenue. Connaught Laboratories for a lot of years produced vaccines. I think produced a diphtheria antitoxin. It produced insulin, but it produced insulin at cost and sent it around the world. It sounded like it was maybe, to begin with, the only place in the world that produced insulin. It was a non-profit organization. Subsequent to that, Connaught became for a while it was owned by the government of Canada. And guess who sold it off? Guess who sold it off? It was Mulrooney who originally sold it off. So the Conservatives are saying, oh, why don't you have the vaccine manufacturing capacity? Well, look in the mirror. Maybe you'll see the answer. But also subsequent to that, there were a whole bunch of other pharmaceutical companies that had a presence in Canada that closed. For example, AstraZeneca in 2007, Johnson & Johnson 2010, Teva Pharmaceuticals 2011, Boehringer Ingelheim 2013. Now, I had to look this up in Wikipedia and see, like, who was the prime minister during that period of time. I think it was a conservative. Prime Minister Harper was there. Now, I don't want to play too much the political game and say, oh, the fact that we had no vaccine manufacturing capacity was all because of the Conservatives. For all I know, had the Liberals been in power, the same thing would have happened. I don't know. But I would note that it seemed that there was a massive loss of companies that could produce pharmaceuticals and vaccines that occurred under conservative governments. Furthermore, what did we do when this started? And I was, and from that letter you cited me on, I was right there at the beginning advocating.
Through the chair, please.
Mr. Chair, I was there right at the beginning advocating for things that, as I said in that letter, for things that were, in my opinion, in the best interests of Canada. And in fact, the people from Vito Intervac at University of Saskatchewan contacted me because they wanted, through my membership in the health committee, to get out the idea that they wanted the government to help them build a facility which could produce vaccines, because the company rightly identified the fact then that we would eventually get to a point where we would be able to, where there would be a vaccine, but Canada had no vaccine producing capacity. So they asked our government for assistance, and subsequently we funded Vito Intervac at University of Saskatchewan for $46 million. In addition, our government gave $170 million to the National Research Council in order to build a large-scale biologics manufacturing center. We invested $25 million in Precision Nanosystems, a Canadian biotech firm, in order to improve our capacity to produce RNA vaccines. VBI in vaccines in Ottawa, we gave up to $156 million. IMV at Dartmouth Pharmaceutical and Medicago, who is in the process of developing vaccines. We gave money to all of these various vaccine producers to try to be in the get out of the position we are in now, which is being dependent upon foreign companies, foreign pharmaceuticals, and this kind of rat race where everyone in the world is trying to get hold of the vaccines. We wanted to be able to be in a position where we had control over our own supply of vaccines. But unfortunately, science isn't something that happens overnight. Production takes time, and we are in that situation. We are dependent on these companies, and again, do we really want to roll the dice? I mean, and as to the public, who do you want to believe? You want to believe their government that says, that we'd be in breach of contract? You want to believe our government that says by revealing these details it could harm our vaccine supply? Or do you want to believe the opposition? I don't want to roll the dice. My parents are waiting for the vaccine. My brother has some serious underlying health issues. I want him to get the vaccine. It's in the interest of all Canadians to get the vaccines. And I think doing anything to jeopardize that supply, and I think potentially this motion in antagonizing the vaccine producers is something that could potentially jeopardize our supply of vaccines. So once again, I do not agree with this motion.
Thank you, Dr. Pawlowski. Nous allons maintenant Madame Vignola. Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola, please go ahead. Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. I would like us to look at the situation from a different angle. Let's say that you are about to retire and that you're going to see your financial advisor to tell him, I need to get shares quickly that will acquire value to be able to retire soon and to lead a normal life.
And then your advisor says, sure, you hold shares in many companies, and this will allow you to live a normal life once you've retired. But then when you ask questions about these shares, you wonder. And this is what we're doing with vaccines on this committee now. So you're asking for the acquisition timeline. You're wondering when you'll purchase them, how much they're going to cost. Are you making a good investment? So every time your financial advisor answers, don't worry, there are no problems. We'll make this work and we'll make sure you get a good retirement. Well, you don't have any more information. So what are you going to do with your financial advisor? Are you going to trust him blindly? You're probably going to ask yourself some questions because you want specific, clear answers. You've given your goals, your investment goals, but there's nothing coming back from the other side. And this is what we're facing in this situation now. Does the government have an overarching plan? Did it make good investments? We are the clients here. We are the clients of the pharmaceutical companies, and we have a right to these answers. We are entitled them. This is not our money. This is taxpayers' money. And not only today's taxpayers, since March of 2020, a lot of taxpayers has been spent, but future taxpayers will also have been spent. And we need to know whether bad decisions were made in terms of production and patents, university patents, private sector patents. We have to have a clear view of what happened, and if we made mistakes, we'll do better. We'll invest better, we'll be more careful, we'll take care of our people. This will not affect change now, but later it'll affect change. Until then, the fact remains that we are the clients of these pharmaceutical companies, these foreign companies, and as clients, we are entitled to answers, and we are entitled to be treated with respect. These pharmaceutical companies, sure, we depend on them, but they depend on us. Their research was funded and accelerated only because taxpayers' money was invested in that research. So the money is flowing both ways. We paid for the research, and we're also paying for the vaccines, and yet we don't even know whether the price that we will be paying for these vaccines is a fair price. So if we see the contracts, we will know what we got into, we will get answers, and we will be able to move forward. I don't see this as a way of hammering away at anyone or anything. It's simply a matter of reassuring Canadians. If there's no information, well, people's imaginations are going to fill the void. And this might lead to conspiracy theories or other such things. All we are asking for is clear, honest, frank, and direct answers. And this way we will be able to reassure Canadians and calm them down. This is why, if we see the contracts, everybody, regardless of political party, everybody will be in a situation to do a better job, and we as MPs will be able to better work for our constituents. There's no point in hiding this information. So it's just like a financial advisor who presents a good plan so that a person can retire well. And so I'm drawing a parallel between that situation and the vaccines against COVID. Thank you.
We go now to Ms. Sadhu. Ms. Sadhu, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like I said earlier, this is an always evolving situation. It is evolving even now. Since we started this discussion a few hours ago, Prime Minister made an important announcement. He announced that Pfizer would be delivering millions more doses in the spring. Deliveries that had been scheduled for the last quarter of the year are being moved up, so we will receive even more in the summer months. Prime Minister also said we'll soon share the schedule with the provinces and territories so they can prepare to get all those doses into people's arms. He also announced he would receive an additional 4 million doses from Moderna and 9 million doses of Pfizer, which would arrive over the summer. So we are now on track to receive 84 million doses by the end of September from just these two manufacturers, Pfizer and Moderna. Another point, Mr. Chair, I want to make there's the big difference with the other countries and Canada is that they had a domestic capacity before the pandemic. This is to echo Dr. Pawlowski's point about pharmaceutical manufacturers repeatedly pulling out of Canada on the Conservatives' watch. Remember that New Zealand, Australia, South Korea, and Japan have barely even started vaccinating countries with the at-home industry. What are we doing about it? Mr. Chair, Minister Champagne announced on Tuesday Canada has reached an agreement in principle with Novavax, attracting that leading developer to manufacture their vaccine at the expanded Royalmount facility, potentially starting in late 2021. The point is this, Mr. Chair. Not only has our government been able to adapt to this ever-changing situation, is doing so, we are reversing the trend of manufacturer leaving Canada and rebuilding our own capacity to sustain ourselves. All Canadian vaccine developers supported by our government are making progress through their clinical trials and the medical launching phase, I think, 2 or 3 trials in November. So this is all the good work happening, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dew. We go now to Mr. Davies. Mr. Davies, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, just a couple of things. Interestingly, Ms. Sadhu just commented on this figure of the Prime Minister announcing we're going to get 80 million doses. I noticed she said by the end of September. So again, this is part of this confusion I have about whether it's by September or by the end of September and this increasingly ever-changing target. It's hard to get clear communications from this government, and I think clarity is very important to Canadians in a time of crisis. What's interesting, a point I wanted to make in terms of scaring off these pharmaceutical companies, one thing that we all have to remember is the money that went into developing these vaccines, by and large, was public. In fact, if I understand correctly, Moderna was 100% funded by United States taxpayers. This is not a question of these pharmaceutical companies who have spent billions of dollars of their own money and spent years on their own and taking risks to develop these vaccines so that they have an expectation of private development and hoarding of the technology and information. These vaccines were developed through public dollars by and large. We're not talking about hypertension drugs or baldness cures or any of the private, where you could legitimately argue that these pharmaceutical companies legitimately, develop these on their own, and so they have a right to control this. We have a worldwide pandemic, and I'm hearing Liberals talk about the private pharmaceutical development model standing in the way, standing as basically a boulder in the stream
to the development as the whole world breathlessly waits for more vaccines, and we're waiting to see if Pfizer, Moderna, or AstraZeneca can produce enough. I know that some of my colleagues on this committee and I have had a lot of talks about the concept of compulsory licensing, which is exactly what should be used in this situation. Compulsory licensing means this: when a private patent holder has the patent to a life-saving medication and they are either unwilling or unable to make that medication available and life or death is on the line, governments have the right to act on those patents. And so here we are talking about the normal right of expectation of a couple of pharmaceutical companies who might get mad at us if we reveal the contracts they signed, when we reveal the contracts to produce life-saving medication that the whole world needs that we paid for. That's a shocking abdication of public responsibility. If this government did negotiate such a right with these companies, I think Canadians have a right to know that. And I think Dr. Pawlowski overstated my brilliance on this maybe, but I will reiterate, let's see the confidentiality clauses then. Let's see exactly what this government agreed to. Now, in terms of, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I just have to, in terms of, if we're playing the blame game, the Conservatives did, in my view, make a terrible mistake in privatizing Connaught Labs in 1986, and they deserve every legitimate criticism that can be leveled against that. That, Connaught Labs for decades had provided cheap insulin to Canadians. And by the way, I'm going to stop for a moment and note that here we are at the 100th anniversary in 2021 of the Canadian discovery of insulin in this country at the U of T by Dr. Banting and Best. And I want to throw some thanks to my colleague Sonia Sidhu for her championing of the diabetes strategy. And that was Connaught Labs that made sure that they honored Dr. Banting's and Best objective to make insulin available, not for private profit, but as a discovery for the world. It saved millions of lives by allowing diabetics to get access to cheap insulin. They also, by the way, Connaught Labs played a role in vaccination. I believe it's of diphtheria. And, Dr. Pawlowski's a doctor, so I'm not going to go further because he'll know what the other diseases were. And this was a public manufacturer. So what a colossal policy failure for the Conservatives to privatize that and begin the process of leaving Canada in the position that we never should have been in to this day, which is that we don't have domestic capacity as a G7 country to produce life-saving vaccines and medications. Now, I'm going to turn my attention to Liberals because they play their role in this too. Since 1986, by my counting, Liberals have been in power 19 years, 13 of that in majority government, 7 terms. And what did they do? Did they bring back a public drug manufacturer? No. Did they do anything to change that neoliberal course of pharmaceutical policy that was set in motion by the Mulroney government, where we gave them longer patents to pharmaceutical companies? We signed trade deals that protected globally pharmaceutical profits. The Liberals, they won't even go ahead and implement their own PMPRB reforms that they know is the right thing to do, and they've backed off 3 times because of big pharma pressure. There has been zero change by this Liberal government since 1986 to address the problematic situation that the Mulroney government put us into. So I don't think it lies in the mouths of any Liberals to point fingers at Conservatives. A pox on both the Conservative and Liberals for this position. 150 years, these 2 parties have been in power in this country, and here we are in 2021, and we don't have the ability to produce a life-saving vaccine. And you know who does? Argentina, Mexico, India, Australia, Japan. These are countries. Argentina was an economic basket case 10 years ago. And we're a member of the G7, the most exclusive economic club on earth, one of the wealthiest nations on earth, one of the best societies on earth. And our successive federal governments have let us get into this position. Frankly, That's a shameful abdication of responsibility that both Conservative and Liberals owe an explanation to the Canadian public for. Now, I think that's all that I wanted to say at this point. My final, I guess, conclusion on this will be nobody wants to see vaccine production or distribution delayed or interrupted. But again, I don't think that by having us see delivery schedules and some basic provisions of the contracts that this government has signed on behalf of Canadians is going to do that. And instead, there are also, I'm not hearing any real response to the governance value of transparency. You know, again, at one time, this government really believed in that. In fact, they used that as a significant wedge issue to convince Canadians as to why they should reject the previous Conservative government, because they made a pledge to be more transparent. Again, by default, we shouldn't have to explain why we want transparency, because Mr. Trudeau said it's an expectation. And if the only argument I'm hearing from this government is, oh my goodness, the big bad pharmaceutical companies might not give us our doses of vaccine if we reveal redacted contracts to Canadians, then A, I'm going to say those contracts were horrifically negotiated. And B, I would say, then you know what you tell those big pharmaceutical companies? You tell them we'll compulsory license them and we'll produce those vaccine doses here in Canada. And you know why? Because I'll tell you what's more important than big pharmaceutical profits and interests: the health and lives of Canadians. That trumps privacy and private profit. And quite honestly, where I'm going to conclude is, because we haven't talked about this at this committee either, I still have not received a real answer from this government why Canada is opposing India and South Africa and Brazil's request to the WTO to temporarily relax TRIPS rules to make this technology and intellectual property available for the entire world to start producing, so we can unleash the massive ability of the Indian and Brazilian pharmaceutical industries to produce vaccines by the billions, but they just don't have the technology and IP. Why are we continuing to use a private sector drug development model in the context of a global pandemic, where we know that to do so is the whole world is waiting for these private companies to ramp up production? Why are we restricting production just to them? Why aren't we busting open the industrial capacity of the entire world to produce vaccines? And lest you think this is only an issue of economics, it's not. I'm going to conclude by saying this. This is a global virus. We just passed a motion to this committee earlier today to study variants, dangerous variants that if this virus mutates, it could render the vaccines that we have less effective or even completely ineffective. So you know what? Making sure that high-risk individuals in every country of the world are vaccinated is not just a question of morality. It's a question of self-interest. Because all it takes is one person from Cameroon to hop on a plane and fly to Toronto and get off with a dangerous new variant, to be a super spreader and globally infect and introduce a dangerous variant into Canada, for which our vaccines that we have may be less or even not effective against. And so I think these are questions that we better, and I want to hear from my Liberal colleagues as to why, whether they support their Liberal government's opposition at the WTO to making the global COVID vaccines widely available, or do they agree that this is really the private preserve of the Pfizers and Modernas and AstraZenecas of the world? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. So Mr. Kellaway is up next, but what I'm going to propose right now is, since we've been at this for 3 hours, that we suspend for a few minutes and let the committee staff take a bit of a break, perhaps a bio break, and I suspect we could all use a bit of a break. So is there any opposition to suspending for 10 minutes?
For 10 minutes.
Yep. No opposition? No. Very well, we will suspend for 10 minutes. We will resume again at 11, well, my time is 11:08. So thank you. also missing Dr. Blowski and okay, we have Ms. Rempel Garner. Okay. I'm sorry, is Ms. Bergen, is she standing in for somebody?
Double blonde trouble.
Oh, there you go. I'm sorry, but who is she subbing for? Is she or is she just here on her own? Ms. Bergen?
I believe I'm subbing for Chris d'Entremont.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're back. And before the break, thank you all for that. I noted that Mr. Kellaway is up next. So, Mr. Kellaway, I hope you're ready to proceed. Please go ahead.
I am, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that. And also, thank you for the 10-minute break. It's much appreciated. And I also just really want to take a quick moment just to recognize the House staff and administrators and the translators for their work today in terms of time they're putting into this. And also, I'm not sure if MP Pulowski is here live and in the flesh via Zoom, but I also want to give him a shout out before I talk a little bit about vaccines for a moment. I really do value Marcus's approach. I know he's not a lawyer, didn't go to the bar, but I know he has legal experience, and I know obviously he's a committed doctor. And what I like about Marcus, or MP Pulowski, is that he does challenge the status quo. He's not a lemming. He's not someone that just goes with the flow. He's someone that challenges us in caucus in a good way, and as a government. So I appreciate you, Marcus, for doing that for us. And MP Davies talked about the momentum of the pandemic with the variants that are quite distressing for us all. So we are seeing that current momentum of the pandemic, unfortunately. And we're going to continue to see high rates of infection in many areas of the country until we make significant progress to interrupt that trend. And COVID-19, it's spreading among people of all ages. And however, nationally, our senior citizens continue to be the highest risk of severe outcomes. Likewise, outbreaks that have occurred in high-risk populations, many of whom have sadly experienced systemic stigma and discrimination, including prison populations and Indigenous communities. And we're continuing to see, Mr. Chair, and experience the downstream impacts of weeks and months of elevated disease activity. And we're still seeing high numbers of severe illness and death, along with significant disruptions to health services. And we're seeing a range of ongoing challenges, Mr. Chair, especially in areas that are not adequately equipped to manage the complex medical emergencies. And the scale and the impact of the global COVID-19 pandemic has presented us with some daunting challenges. And we've been talking about them all afternoon, but they're marked by deep complexities. Therefore, the response to this pandemic, Mr. Chair, has been to encompass a multitude of perspectives, and has to be adaptable. We talked about being flexible and adaptable today as well. Despite the enduring difficulties afflicting the global community, Canadians should be heartened by the progress that has been made. Passionate global and domestic communities of practice in a range of disciplines have come together to draw on the cutting edge of science and a host of other science and medical experts. And vaccines have been developed at a record speed. And I know the anxiety that every community feels in the country with respect to that statement. Vaccines have been developed at a record speed. They have. I know it feels like multiple years rolled into one. But to put it in perspective, this time last year, there wasn't a vaccine. What we've been able to do as a global community is historic, really. But we need to do better. We know that. Now, through the strategic advanced purchase agreements, and we talked about with the 7 vaccine manufacturers, Canada has procured sufficient vaccine doses to vaccinate all Canadians during the coming year. We've heard that too. In fact, taking into consideration the possibility of supply chain interruptions, which we've had some, and of some of the vaccines not graduating from clinical trials or being authorized for use by Health Canada, the federal government, Mr. Chair, has taken the strategy of diversifying its vaccine purchases and securing more than enough vaccine for Canadians. Now, Mr. Chair, Canada is committed to donate any surplus doses to countries who are struggling to vaccinate in their own jurisdictions. And the pandemic, let's make it clear, is a global problem requiring a global solution. Recognizing the urgent need, Mr. Chair, for COVID-19 vaccines and therapeutics, the Minister of Health, Minister Haidu, signed an interim order respecting the importation and sales and advertising of drugs for use in relation to COVID-19. And the order allowed the Government of Canada to speed up the review and authorization of drugs and vaccines for COVID-19 without encompassing safety and quality. Also, Mr. Chair, on December 8th, Canada published Canada's COVID-19 immunization plan on the Public Health Agency of Canada website. Now, the plan outlines the most ambitious vaccine program in Canadian history and was developed in consideration of all levels of government, Indigenous leaders, stakeholders, international partners, industry, and medical and science experts, among others. The complexity, I've talked about that in this talk, the complexity of this operation makes it remarkable given the ongoing global procurement and relentless demand for the vaccine and the expansive geography of our country, the unique storage and transportation requirements of the vaccine, which are many and various, and the coordination required between both levels of government and Indigenous communities, I think is something to hold up with pride. But we always need to do better. The immunization plan, to go back to that, it's predicated, on 6 core principles, which govern the planning, decision-making, and actions of all those involved in the pandemic process and response. And there are many. And these principles are science-driven, thank goodness, based on science-driven decision-making, transparency and coherence and adaptability, we talked about that today, fairness and equity, and public involvement and consistent reporting. The plan, Mr. Chair, also lays out 7 steps in the rollout process. And these are communicating with and engaging Canadians throughout the campaign and obtaining sufficient supply of vaccines and obtaining regulatory authorization from Health Canada to ensure safety and the efficacy of vaccines and allocating and distributing vaccines efficiently and securely. Also, administering the vaccines according to a sequence of priority populations identified by health experts, and collecting data to monitor vaccine safety, effectiveness, and coverage. All of these steps, Mr. Chair, are well underway, and work is ongoing on each of them. And the vaccine doses, Mr. Chair, are being distributed according to the federal, provincial, and territorial plan to ensure fair and equitable allocation. To manage the distribution of vaccines, the Public Health Agency of Canada formed the Vaccine Rollout Task Force and established a National Operations Centre under the direction of the General Danny Fortin. Now, the Operations Centre, staffed with planning and logistic experts from the Canadian Armed Forces and other government departments, well, they're responsible for distributing the vaccines across the country. As well, private sector logistics service providers have been enlisted to help with a very ambitious undertaking. The Canadian government strategy, informed by the National Advisory Committee on Immunization, an independent committee made up of medical and science experts. Well, its goal is to vaccinate those people who are most vulnerable to the infection and who, if infected, would be the most vulnerable to developing severe illness or worse, succumbing to death. These initial priority populations, Mr. Chair, are seniors living in congregated living arrangements and the staff of those facilities, who I know well in my riding. Healthcare workers and seniors over the age of 80, like my mom, and seniors under the age of 80 in 5-year increments, and Indigenous adults in remote communities. Now, Mr. Chair, it's anticipated that 3 million people from these priority populations will be vaccinated by the end of March. The province and the territories have the daunting job of storing, administering, monitoring, and reporting on vaccines within their jurisdictions. And the federal government has said from day one, they stand ready to assist where it can. Mr. Chair, in fulfilling its commitment to transparency, and we've talked about that today, the Government of Canada has begun to post updates to its website, canada.ca, on vaccine administration and coverage. Now, the government is also, Mr. Chair, reporting on any adverse events that occur following vaccination and will ensure that these are investigated to determine if they were caused by the vaccination. And finally, the government has published the numbers of doses that have been distributed to each province and territory. The canada.ca website, well, that is a great source of science-based current information around COVID-19, information and data. And it provides Canadians with a way, Mr. Chair, to follow the response to the pandemic. Now, any vaccination plan with this many moving parts, and there are many, must be adaptable so that Canada can learn from the real world experience and refocus its efforts to obtain desirable results from its actions, particularly with regard to vaccine safety and effectiveness and coverage. And adaptability. Adaptability relies on feedback mechanisms, Mr. Chair, and the plan has been to incorporate a number of these, including commitments to collect data through surveillance and research, again, science, provide reporting on the vaccination campaign progress, and communicate with and engage Canadians throughout this campaign. Surveillance data is being provided from the provinces and territories' vaccine registries, and it will be triangulated with sources domestically and abroad. This work will take the measure of vaccine coverage and just one moment. It will take it to its fullest extent. And finally, working with scientists and experts across the country, across this great country, to develop a plan, the federal government has identified 4 key ways to measure success. And this is important. The immunization plan will be successful when, number 1, everyone in Canada has access to a vaccine, and we're working on that. We are immunized to protect those who are not. We reduce the number of people getting sick and dying from COVID-19. And when we have strengthened Canada's immunization infrastructure, in the event of a future outbreak or pandemic, we need to respond quickly and efficiently and effectively. You know, we've all said this afternoon in previous meetings since last February or January. COVID-19 poses the greatest pandemic threat to the lives and livelihoods of everyone in over a century. And the world is still grappling with the devastation that is a scourge that is reckoning our society and many aspects within it, our health sector and our economies. It is a global problem, Mr. Chair, of significant complexity, and it will take all of us to work together to resolve it. In closing, though, I believe we can be optimistic that our collective efforts will start to pay off in the coming months, and I think we've talked about that today around the 400,000 vaccine rollouts per week till the end of March. And I'm optimistic. By nature, I'm an informed optimist. I'm certainly not a pessimist, but I'm an informed optimist. I don't have rose-colored glasses on, but I look around where the strengths are, where the assets are, where people are working to make a difference in healthcare and in research and in government and all levels of government. And I believe we're going the right way to come out of this better than we did coming into it, much better. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the time, and I'll pass it on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kellaway. We go now to Mr. Long. Mr. Long, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all of my colleagues. Certainly a pleasure to be here, and greetings from my beautiful riding of St. John Rosse. I have to say that I'm thrilled to be subbing in on the Health Committee this afternoon. I can't think of a better way to spend a Friday afternoon than with all of you talking about, the urgent pandemic that we are facing, and the critical time in our country to act. And I think as a government, We are doing a commendable job acting and dealing with issues that come before us for Canadians and representing Canadians very, very well. So, Mr. Chair, I also just want to say very quickly, I'm thrilled by the Atlantic Canadian flavor of the committee. I see, obviously, my friends and colleagues, MP Fisher here, MP Callaway. On the opposite side, we see MP D'Entremont. So, this afternoon we have 4 Atlantic Canadian MPs, and that can only make the committee certainly a lot better and a lot stronger. So, Mr. Chair, I want to start by saying a few points. Obviously, it's amazing how things can change in our world and certainly in our country so quickly. And one thing I've always taken pride on was talking to students at high schools and students at universities about just our country, our history. And I'm always not warning, but certainly cautioning the youth of today that things can change in an instant. We can never really take anything for granted. And, lo and behold, little did I know last January, February, that we would be faced with really a once in a generation, a life-changing event that, really the whole world obviously is grappling with. And, the pandemic has changed how we view things, how we look at our friends, our family, how we want to change things into the future. And it's a reminder. I mean, little again, did we know last February when we were all in Ottawa, all on our committees, all doing work that's important to Canadians and certainly important for our constituents, that, we'd be, not rushed back to our constituency offices, but, March 13th, we came back and here we are. I remember coming back. I remember meeting with my staff and saying, hey, we've got to be here for Canadians. We've got to respond to Canadians. We've got to roll up our sleeves and be here for our riding. And they were scary days in the early weeks of this pandemic. I mean, in this office, obviously we got our PPEs up, we got our plastic barriers up, wore our masks, and we came in and basically faced 400 to 500 emails, calls, questions, inquiries on a daily basis here. I'm really, really proud of the work that we did, how we've stood up for our constituents, how we've delivered unbelievable programs for Canadians to help them. We've got their backs. And, just a few other points that I want just to state for the record. I mean, obviously, as a government, we share the urgency of Canadians to ensure access to life-saving vaccines as rapidly as possible. And our government is operating with this sense of urgency every single day. Mr. Chair, we take calls, hundreds of calls daily in this office about the vaccine and the vaccine acquisition and distribution. And, people are concerned. But, when you cut through the smoke, if you will, and clear the air and talk about what we're doing, how we've sourced, what we've done, how we've distributed more than 1.4 million vaccines in Canada to date. And we got more good news today, that more are on the way. And let's be clear, let's state for the record, even if no additional vaccines are approved by Health Canada, which we all know isn't going to happen, we remain on track to receive 6 million vaccines by the end of March, 20 million between April and June, and a total of over 70 million doses by the end of September. I mean, again, Mr. Chair, with Pfizer and Moderna vaccines alone, just with them alone, we are on track to have doses in this country for all Canadians by the end of September. And let's be very clear. We will deliver that. If you want a vaccine, you can have one by September. When we relay that to Canadians, they are very, very happy with the work that we are doing as a government. They are very, very relieved. They're very, very pleased with how we have stepped up, procured, sourced, and will deliver vaccines. So look, we remain wholly focused on getting vaccines to Canadians. We're on top of the file, and we're not going to stop until the job is done. Mr. Chair, if I go back to one of my jobs, it really wasn't a job, it was a love I had years before I became a member of Parliament. And I know MP Barlow is probably sitting there thinking right now, oh no, he's going to talk about the St. John Sea Dogs again. We're going to hear about Major Junior Hockey again. Oh no. Even though that team, I will say in 2011, won the Memorial Cup, one of the quickest, actually the quickest expansion team to ever go from a piece of paper to winning the cherished Memorial Cup. But I will give MP Barlow a little bit of relief because I'm not going to talk about the Sea Dogs right now. I am going to talk about another job I had, which was actually I taught international logistics and international sales and marketing for the New Brunswick Community College. Excuse me. And, you know, being a teacher at the community college was an amazing experience. You know, to be able to really take a textbook and shut it and say, look, you know, this is theory. But actually, you know, I also worked in international sales with Stolt Sea Farm, a salmon company, and this is how it's done. This is how logistics happens. This is how you source. This is how you procure. This is how you distribute. And this is how you start from, you know, here to here, if you will. So I do want to take some time to talk about our acquisition strategy. And again, Mr. Chair, since the beginning of the pandemic, the Government of Canada has been committed to working with the provinces and territories, Indigenous leaders, health professionals, and all stakeholders on a pan-Canadian response to protect the health and safety of all of us from coast to coast to coast. We take that responsibility, especially now given the pandemic we're in, extremely, extremely seriously. The aim of Canada's public health response has been to minimize serious illness and overall deaths related to COVID-19 while minimizing societal disruption. With regards to COVID-19 vaccine acquisition, the Government of Canada has been driven by the principles of science-driven decision-making, transparency, coherence, and adaptability, fairness and equity, public involvement, consistency, and reporting. As part of the focus on science-driven decision-making, the Government of Canada, Mr. Chair, is continuing to consult with expert advisory committees to seek advice from public health leaders from across Canada and experts in vaccine science, industry, and research. This includes seeking advice from the National Advisory Committee on Immunization and the COVID-19 Vaccine Task Force, as well as input from chief medical officers of health across Canada. In line with advice from these experts, the government has developed a vaccine acquisition strategy to ensure safe and effective vaccines across Canada as soon as they become available, all with the goal of providing enough vaccines for every person in Canada free of charge. In fact, Mr. Chair, We have sourced and procured more vaccines. Realistically, enough vaccines for every Canadian 4 or 5 times over. As you know, Mr. Chair, a central component of the government's current vaccine supply strategy has been coherence and adaptability to position Canada to be able to mitigate the uncertainty that exists around vaccine development and very real potential for disruptions that can occur in supply chain. And one of the things, Mr. Chair, that certainly I always taught in international logistics when I did teach it at New Brunswick Community College in St. Andrews, which was an unbelievably rewarding experience, as I said earlier, is that you need to be ready for the unexpected. You need to be able to adapt. You need to cover all your bases, per se. And sure, it's great to, look as an armchair quarterback or, well, they coulda, woulda, shoulda. But, we are in unprecedented times. We are turning over every rock, making sure we have every scenario covered. And so far, what we are doing is working. As per the experts, we could not expect that all vaccines will be successful in clinical trials. At the same time, the government could not reliably predict which vaccines would be the first to be successful in reaching regulatory approval. Nobody could, Mr. Chair. So again, we needed to make sure we had every base covered. And in fact, we did that. With this in mind, Canada was an early investor in vaccines and secured agreements with seven, Mr. Chair, 7 of the leading vaccine candidates when they were in the early preliminary stages of development. Canada's portfolio of vaccine candidates was sought with purpose, ensuring to secure vaccines from a number of different companies with a broad range of vaccine technologies and sourced from diverse supply chains. To date, 2 vaccines, Pfizer and Moderna, have successfully been authorized for use in Canada. And the government has secured enough doses for the entire population that are scheduled to arrive in Canada by September of this year. Again, the commitment. If you want a vaccine against COVID-19, by September, you can have that vaccine. And let me again state very clearly, when I tell that, when we relay that to our constituents here in St. John Rothsay, they are extremely grateful. Extremely grateful. The Government of Canada is working diligently across departments with the provincial and territorial counterparts to ensure that there are no unnecessary delays in getting these doses to health authorities as soon as shipments arrive in Canada. Canada's commitment to an evidence-based supply strategy means that Canadians will have access to the most promising vaccines at their earliest availability. And Health Canada's robust process for regulatory authorization provides assurances that the vaccines available to them are safe and effective. The government wants everyone that receives a vaccine to know that they can have full confidence knowing we have undergone rigorous review. Mr. Chair, the government is confident the current vaccine strategy will serve Canada in managing the challenges in the world of vaccine development. However, the nature of the virus and this pandemic necessitates that the federal government continues to actively manage the strategy closely. And in fact, we are doing just that. That is why the Government of Canada is continuing to monitor the evidence on the COVID-19 virus and all vaccines. Federal departments are working with the provinces and territories, health workers, experts, and international partners to share the latest evidence and information. And as we've seen with recent variants that have emerged around the world, the threat of COVID-19 to the health of Canadians continues to evolve. This type of collaboration is critical, Mr. Chair, to help us understand how the virus is mutating and how that may impact the success of vaccines in preventing infection and transmission of the virus over the long term. And Mr. Chair, I had a call the other day, and, basically the comment was like this. Your government's planning it's been poorly thought out, and it's too quick, and it's not been studied enough. And, I with respect, of course, I went back and said, look, we're trying to, turn the pages of a book before the ink is dry. Like, these are unprecedented times. We're trying to move as quickly as we can in a time where we don't know what the next day, what the next week, what the next month, what the next variant is going to bring us. So we need to continue to collaborate with experts. We need to trust and put our trust in Health Canada. We need to have faith that as a government, and not just as a government, as all political leaders, that we can stand together. We can work together. We can continue to collaborate and have each other's backs and get this country through an unprecedented time. And we will do that. And Mr. Chair, I'd also like to take the opportunity to highlight that Canada is not alone in facing the challenges around COVID-19 vaccines. And many countries are implementing similar approaches to their vaccine strategies. I had a call this week also about, well, how come, this country is so much further ahead of you? And, this country was basically the size of Prince Edward Island. And Canada is a large, logistically challenged country. And, you can't, it was like comparing apples to oranges. Mr. Chair, Canada's international partners and allies are also impacted when there are disruptions to supply chains and have adopted a diverse portfolio approach given the uncertainty around how many and when safe and effective vaccines would be available. We also know that other countries share Canada's commitment for supporting mechanisms that will provide equitable access to safe and effective vaccines internationally in order to help bring an end to the acute phase of the pandemic globally. While Canada's current focus is on securing domestic supply, Canada is also committed to working with GAVI and the COVAX facility. This includes Canada's commitment of $220 million to the COVAX Advanced Market Commitment to purchase vaccine doses for low and middle income countries. Mr. Chair, this funding is in addition to the up to US $25 million Canada previously committed to the COVAX AMC. Mr. Chair, I would note that Canada has been asked about how it is managing its potential surplus of vaccines. Although Canada is not currently in a position of surplus, Canada is fully committed to working with its partners to ensure that vaccines do not go to waste. Canada will work closely with international partners including Gavi, the COVAX facility, and vaccine manufacturers to ensure that all possible options are explored to ensure doses get to people around the world who need them. So, Mr. Chair, with respect to the acquisition side, I just want to finish by affirming that Canada is confident that our current strategy has positioned Canada to be able to navigate uncertainties in the world of vaccine development. And the government of Canada is committed to continue to manage the vaccine strategy in the best interest of people of Canada to ensure we have timely access to safe and effective vaccines. And Mr. Chair, again, I come at this from a little bit of a different perspective. I did have the opportunity in a previous life, it seems like 20 years ago, to teach international logistics and, articulate what I learned when I was an international, when I worked for a salmon company and traveled the world with respect to salmon sales and how important it is in the logistical chain to have every part covered, from sourcing, procurement, to warehousing, to distribution, to execution. So, sure, we have challenges. And sure, we're going to face more challenges and obstacles and roadblocks and adversity. But we face it straight on. And we face it knowing that our government is there. Our government will respond and answer the bell for Canadians. And look, we're in government. I certainly accept the fact that people will be critical. People will say, well, you did this, but why didn't you do this? And why can't you do that? But we were elected to govern, and we were elected to lead. And we have led. We have led, and we have stood up for Canadians during this pandemic. And when, other parties wanted us to stop benefits or not extend the CERB or the wage subsidy or rent relief, we said no, we will be there. We will be there for Canadians. We will get Canadians through this once in a generation pandemic. And we will come out of this strong, stronger than before and more united. So, Chair, look, we all know that over the past year, we've lived our lives, unfortunately, in the shadow of a virus. What we do, how we act, where we go has been changed. And, I would like to think that it hasn't been changed forever. But certainly, I don't think there's a Canadian that doesn't now reflect more on their lives and on their friends and on their family and just wonder, give thanks for what they have and hope for a better future. We've all experienced it. We've experienced isolation, uncertainty, heartbreak, disappointment, fear, anxiety. We've missed seeing our friends, our families, our extended families. Many of my friends, I was a small business operator. Many of our friends have lost businesses, have trouble. They've had trouble making ends meet. They don't know what tomorrow brings. And sadly, and so sadly, many Canadians have lost loved ones. Have lost loved ones to this dreadful, dreadful pandemic, COVID-19. But even as the current wave of this pandemic continues to take a toll on all Canadians. We're seeing safe and effective vaccines being rolled out across the country. And the vaccines are coming, Mr. Chair. They're coming. We had more good news again today. We heard we're going to receive hundreds of thousands of vaccines weekly for the next several weeks. And I know personally, and we know as a government, it's been difficult. And we all just want the pandemic to end. We want to go back to the way it was. But as vaccinations roll out among those in our communities who are most at risk of infection, all of us need to keep following measures that prevent the spread of this virus and its variants. We say it here every day. We do videos here in this office every day. Wear the mask. Wear your mask up over your nose. Wash your hands. Social distance. Be smart. Because that's how we will get through this. And Chair, from the beginning of the pandemic, our government has been keeping Canadians safe by acquiring personal protective equipment and other supplies in a competitive worldwide market. As we continue to work nonstop to negotiate access to hundreds of millions of doses of vaccines in an atmosphere that is ever volatile and complex, Canadians across this country have been taking guidance from our public health officials to heart and putting it into action. This spirit of cooperation has been crucial as our first line of defense to keep our neighbors and communities safe. And Chair, let me say this. Our Premier Blaine Higgs has done an admirable job managing our province through the pandemic. I tip my hat to his government. And I'm very encouraged to see the cooperation, the alignment of our premiers with our government, regardless of political stripe. Regardless of political stripe. It's refreshing and encouraging to see all political leaders across this country of all levels, municipal, provincial, and of course us federal, all working together. And as we can see today by the cooperation on this committee this afternoon. So, we have a strategy. We're going to make sure that we deliver safe and effective vaccines, that they are delivered, distributed, and administered as soon as we can acquire them. And it's a strategy that we've been putting into action, Mr. Chair, for many, many months. In fact, Chair, the fact is that getting these vaccines to Canadians in a timely manner means we are competing with the entire world. We're competing as the entire world in a very volatile market for a very precious commodity. And when I talk to my constituents, Mr. Chair, generally, of course, there's lots of questions and there's lots of concerns, but generally they are very, very happy and appreciative of the job that we are doing for Canadians. We have been approaching companies from around the world, and as soon as their vaccine candidates begin to show promise, and we knew who to approach based on the most recent scientific developments. Thanks to the COVID-19 Vaccine Task Force, we had access to advice from leading experts in vaccines and immunology to alert us to the best candidates. From there, we got commitments and signed flexible agreements with 7 vaccine manufacturers, starting, as we all know, with Moderna in July. This government then went on to get access to millions of doses and put in options in our purchase agreements for millions more. by ensuring access to nearly 400 million doses of potential vaccines secured from 7 different manufacturers. Our strategy is set to deliver, excuse me, Mr. Chair, for Canadians. And we, look, we're faced with a disease, if you will, a virus that we don't know exactly what's happening in the future. So we need to cover our bases. And we need to secure and source. And Chair, I'm proud to say that experts across Canada and around the world agree with our approach. By building a diversified portfolio of vaccines, we have positioned Canada to be able to deploy the vaccines as soon as possible, as soon as they are available. And just let me say this, Chair, about dealing with uncertainty. The approach is providing much needed security to communities across Canada. And all of us as political leaders can assure Canadians this isn't a time, Chair, to stoke fear and uncertainty amongst Canadians, because Canadians are dealing with a lot right now. And the last thing they need is to see political leaders toss, rhetoric back and forth that only elevates Canadians' concerns and fears. And Mr. Chair, shipments of Moderna and Pfizer vaccines have been arriving, and our most vulnerable people in long-term care homes and healthcare workers are being vaccinated. And I can certainly attest to my riding of St. John Rothsay that indeed is happening. Our most vulnerable are being vaccinated. And Chair, working together with the provinces and territories, we have received and distributed a total of, like I said earlier, 1.4 million COVID vaccine doses, with Canadians getting their first dose, with more being inoculated every day. However, Chair, the road continues to be long, and we need to anticipate that things can go wrong. And we need to be ready for that. And we need to cover our bases and be prepared. And that's what good planning, sourcing, warehousing, distribution does. So, Chair, look, the road's long. It's a long road. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. That's a nice dog. It's a nice dog. And, we need to, it's not a sprint. Like I said, it's a long race. It's not those who get first out of the gate. It's not those who make the biggest splash. It's those who are prepared to win the race. And we're going to win the race, Mr. Chair. We're going to provide a vaccine to Canadians who want it by September. We said we would. We said we will. And we will. And, Chair, countries are clamoring to get doses they negotiated for. We're in a race with every country around this world. And countries want those doses as fast as possible. And I understand. I understand the angst and anxiety. I feel it too. But Canadians need to have confidence that we have their backs. They need to have confidence that we have the people in place that can make this happen. Because we are in an unpredictable marketplace, and we're in an extremely unpredictable world right now. So, look, it's a pressurized environment, and there are going to be bumps. Like I've always said, like one of my former colleagues used to say when I worked in the hockey business, it's always a long and winding road with many twists and turns. We just need to make sure that we stay on that road and don't go in the ditch. And we won't go in the ditch. We're going to stay on the road. Sure, we're going to have a few bumps here and there, but we're going to move forward. And we're going to deliver for Canadians. And we're going to make sure that we're safe. And we're going to make sure that we can move past this pandemic. And we will move past this pandemic. So, Mr. Chair, the Prime Minister and the government have remained vigilant. They have been in contact nearly every day with the CEOs of these companies, and they have reassured us, these companies have reassured us that they will meet their commitments for the first quarter of this year. And look, I'm a business guy in a former life. I understand that we've said we would do this by this date, by first quarter, by second quarter, third quarter, by September. And certainly I'm expecting my government to live up to those commitments. And I know we will. So it means that Pfizer will still deliver a total of 4 million doses and Moderna 2 million doses by the end of March. Chair, Canada is hardly alone in facing obstacles in receiving vaccines. But this is what our strategy was designed for. We cast the net wide. Having a number of agreements in place, building a diverse portfolio, and keeping arrangements flexible are helping to bring stability to a chaotic situation. While the numbers may fluctuate in the short term, curveball here and there, manufacturers will continue to find efficiencies as they produce more and more doses for distribution around the world. And Chair, as this government remains committed to sharing accurate information to Canadians, we will share information to Canadians as soon, Chair, as we get that information. And as more doses are produced, the system for manufacturing and distributing vaccines will stabilize. So, Chair, I just want to say this. We know that every member, every MP, everybody that's sitting here in this beautiful Friday afternoon, it's minus 16 here in St. John, believe it or not, but look, we want to see an end to this, all of us. It's not we all agree on that. Sure, we differ on how we get to the end, and we differ on how we want to support Canadians, and we differ on, for example, we want to make sure that we have supports for Canadians and continue with things that support businesses like the wage subsidy and commercial rent relief and CEBA and things like that. We want to make sure we have those. Whereas, some of our Conservative colleagues didn't want those programs to continue on. We did. We wanted to make sure that we protected business and we protected constituents. But I believe this. I believe, and I sincerely believe, and Chair, I think my record shows over the past, hard to believe I'm a second-term MP, but, I think my record shows over the past, 5 to 6 years that I'm not afraid to speak out. I'm not afraid to speak up. I'm not afraid to call things out as I see it. But I'm also deeply, deeply proud of the job that we are doing in unprecedented times with unprecedented challenges. I know we're on the right track. I know we're on the right track with a strategy for acquiring vaccines that combines diversification, flexibility, and aggressive negotiating. And when setbacks occur, Chair, we're committed to keeping Canadians informed, to communicate. And Chair, we will continue to bear down and redouble efforts to get shipments back on schedule. And as we have heard before, and as I have said before, Chair, the race to end the pandemic, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And yes, I looked too and said, well, how come they did this, or how come they're there and they got more doses this week? But it's a marathon. It's who's prepared for the long haul, not the short gain, not the short win. Who's covered enough bases? Who's got the net cast to make sure when we have curveballs, we can deal with them? So let me wrap this up, Chair, and say this. I'm profoundly proud of our country. I'm profoundly proud of all of our political leadership. As I have said, just a few minutes ago, I gave kudos to Progressive Conservative leader and Premier Blaine Higgs for his managing of the pandemic for us in our province. I applaud his leadership. Obviously, we don't agree on everything, but these are difficult times. It's not time to be trying to, tear people down or trying to divide. It's time for us, all of us to come together and work together and stand together. And I know, I have absolutely, Chair, no doubt, none whatsoever, that God willing, sooner than later, we're going to be able to look back with pride and remembrance, but a sincere, profound sense.
Point of order, Chair.
On a point of order, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, just listening to the member speak for over 30 minutes. The motion is on contracts, and I have not heard that word a single time, but we have heard about salmon fishing careers and hockey careers and all kinds of things the member's proud of, but looking to hear about contracts, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. I did hear discussion of this, but I would encourage Mr. Long to remember the topic at hand, and thank you.
Sure, thank you, Chair, and I take your point. Just on a point of clarity, I never was in the salmon fishing business. I was in the aquaculture business, salmon growing business, and that's an amazing business, obviously on both coasts. But yeah, I have salmon fished up the Miramichi River and the Restigouche River, but aquaculture is profoundly different, and I know the member would certainly recognize the difference between the two. So I will wrap up, and I will hearken back to my days again with respect to logistics and distribution and how we have sourced vaccines and negotiated contracts with vaccine manufacturers to make sure, Chair, that we have delivered and we will continue to deliver for Canadians. So I will wrap up. I do thank you, Chair. I thank all the committee members for the work you're doing. Obviously, I'm just visiting in here. Your work is profoundly important. I know MPs like MP Barlow and myself also do a lot of very important work on HESA that I'm extremely proud of to be on. But again, obviously the health committee right now is of utmost importance for all Canadians. And, certainly, again, I'm visiting, but I sincerely, genuinely thank you for the work you're doing, every one of you. I think it's profoundly important for our country. So thank you, and I'll wrap that up, Chair. Thank you for your indulgence, and I wish everybody a great continued meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long. We will go now to Dr. Pawlowski. Dr. Pawlowski, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I have to say thank you to Mr. Long, Mr. Lamoureux, Madame Vignola, Who else is out there? And Mr. Barrett for appearing with us today at the Health Committee. There's Finance Committee, there's Ethics Committee, but I'm sure you'll all agree you've made the big leagues when you're to Health Committee. So welcome to all of you. Let me also say thank you for all the analysts, and thanks to the translators. Although I'm pretty sure there isn't a place you'd rather be on a Friday afternoon than right here with Health Committee. So thank you all. So let me get to the actual matter at hand, and the importance, I think, of not doing anything to potentially jeopardize our access to the vaccines. And why is that? Because I think we're doing pretty well with respect to vaccines. I know when the Prime Minister has said that everyone who wants a vaccine will have a vaccine by the end of September, he's basing that solely on contracts for Moderna and Pfizer. There are 3 other vaccines out there that seem to be effective. 2 of them have already gone through the phase 3 trials. The other one, Novavax, preliminary results have shown that it's effective. Yes, it has to go through the regulatory approval process, and we're not sure how long that's going to take. But I think, in talking to my medical colleagues, I think it's really likely that most, if not all of these vaccines are going to be approved. All the data that the approval is based on is out there. So we know what that data showed. The results and the concerns, such as in AstraZeneca, have been much talked about in the medical community. But we think they're going to in fact be approved. So when those other vaccines are approved, we have millions and millions of doses of those in addition to Pfizer and Moderna. And so I think in the quite near future, we will have a lot of vaccines. I think the problem is going to be in the spring and early on in the summer is getting those vaccines into arms, and that's going to be a provincial responsibility. But I personally have faith in the provinces and the medical system, and heck, I might be out there myself giving some injections. Seems to me like it'd be a good use of my time, maybe even better than being here in Health Committee. But now I want to actually address the things that Mr. Davies brought up, because I think he brought up some very real questions. He talked about the fact that many of the vaccine manufacturers have used public funds in developing those vaccines, and yet then they have patent rights over those vaccines. And I think it's a very legitimate question that we all ought to be asking right now, and certainly I myself ask this question, which is the global supply of vaccines, is it really in our collective interest globally of all the people in the world to be reliant on the free market and the goodwill of the pharmaceutical industry and the business interests, the financial interests of the pharmaceutical industry to solve the crisis for all of us? Does the free market lead to the optimal outcome in terms of healthcare, but also in terms of the economy and getting the economy going again? It is potentially, I think, a great failure of global governance that in fact, in the end, we've left management of the pandemic to free enterprise and the interests of the pharmaceutical company. I personally think there's probably a better way of doing this. Now, I say it's a failure of global governance, not Canadian governance, because this is a global problem, and I think the only solution has to be a global solution, and I think that'll probably be in terms of a treaty, so that in the next time this happens, we're not reliant on the market mechanisms and the free market to basically handle all our collective problems. But that's something that's going to be in the future. Right now, we're stuck with the system that currently exists, which is the free enterprise system, the market system, and to have that market system work, we're dependent on contracts. We're dependent on contract law. We're dependent on a market where if the seller has better opportunities with another buyer, perhaps they'll avail themselves of those opportunities. So I think it is in the system we find ourselves, in the game we find ourselves playing in, I think it's very prudent to not do anything which could potentially jeopardize our vaccine supply. So that is what we're arguing about here, and sometimes we have to come back to that. What are we arguing about here is that we do not want or do not believe that it's in our collective interest to require the vaccine producers to bring their contracts before us at this committee. Now, as for the global response, and I share Mr. Davies' interest in the possibility of using compulsory licensing. Compulsory licensing is allowed under international trade law and under the WTO TRIPS agreement, trade-related aspects of intellectual property. Compulsory licensing allows the government, after negotiating with the patent holder, and should they fail to reach agreement with the patent holder, to award compulsory license, a license to produce a medication to another enterprise to produce this. This is recognized, as I say, under the WTO as part of what's known as the TRIPS flexibilities. This was very much an issue which came to light in the academic literature because of the problem of access to antiretrovirals in Africa during the 2000s. A lot of antiretrovirals were still under patent, and therefore they were at a price range that basically nobody in Africa could afford them. And so a lot of the African countries in developing world knew of the TRIPS flexibilities. However, they felt uncertain as to really whether a WTO panel would allow a poor country to use a patent in order to produce medications under the provisions of the TRIPS agreement. And in fact, the WTO in the Doha Declaration stated, in fact, that yes, those flexibilities and compulsory licensing could be used, and for basically what we have here, which is a public health emergency. I know our country, in fact, has quite a long history of using compulsory licensing. At one time, we were, I believe, the leaders globally in terms of using compulsory licensing to produce medications. I believe it is under the Prime Minister's father, Pierre Trudeau, that in fact, we engage quite frequently in compulsory licensing. I think certainly Canada did not oppose and in fact stood on the side of poor African nations in their attempts to use compulsory licensing as a way of allowing access to life-saving medications in Africa. In fact, it was under the Jean Chrétien government that we enacted the Jean Chrétien Pledge to Africa Act, which allowed Canadian companies to use compulsory licensing to manufacture in Canada drugs for export to developing countries. In addition, I would point out that early on under COVID, this summer, in fact, we enacted legislation allowing the Government of Canada to use compulsory licensing with respect to products related to COVID. So Canada has quite a long history of involvement with compulsory licensing. And now I've lost my page is where I was going to go in this discussion. So in fact, that is potentially one solution to the problem, but I know, and the question when it's come up in international quarters in terms of our response to the pandemic, the concern has been that compulsory licensing is too slow a process, so that developing countries wouldn't be able to use compulsory licensing fast enough in order to address the problem. As a result of that, India and South Africa, as Mr. Davies is aware, went to the WTO a number of months ago looking for a waiver from the WTO, which would basically allow countries in developing countries that are poor developing countries to bypass international or intellectual property rights and allow those countries or companies in those countries in order to produce the vaccine. So they've gone before WTO asking for the waiver. It's been postponed several times now. As Mr. Davies has said, Canada opposes this waiver before WTO, and so Don, I don't know if you're listening, Don. So I've got this, and I've got this from international trade, because I know the media has said, and it's been publicized, that Canada opposes the waiver. And so I just got this from international trade because I asked them what I could say on this. So the official response is Canada does not oppose the TRIPS waiver. Canada has reached out to proponents of the waiver and all WTO members to better understand their concerns. We appreciated the January 15 responses to our questions from co-sponsors of the waiver proposal. And we will continue to discuss these responses in TRIPS Council, most recently at the February 4th informal meeting, and look forward to further engagement at the upcoming February 23rd meeting. So we don't oppose it. TRIPS governs international intellectual property matters, but currently vaccine accessibility issues center on distribution, supply chain concerns. So my kind of understanding is the Canadian position is that the free market, and by voluntary licensing, other countries and companies in poor countries will hopefully be able to make agreements with vaccine producers in order to ramp up production, which is collectively in all of our interests. Certainly compulsory licensing is allowed under international trade law. I think if you look at our history, Canada has either engaged in compulsory licensing or approved of compulsory licensing in the past. And so for developing countries, one, there can be voluntary licensing agreement with the actual producers. Two, compulsory licensing. And my understanding is that if this isn't working, Canada does not, in fact, oppose the waiver. So, or at least it, at the moment hasn't taken a position where they oppose the waiver. So I think that's very interesting, and I have to say I think Canada has taken a very ethical position, and a position which I think is collectively in all of our interests, because I certainly agree with Mr. Davies on a couple points with respect to the global pandemic and having a global approach, is that as long as the disease is out there in other countries, it can mutate and it can come back and haunt us for years to come. So really, it is in our best interests in order to find a global solution. The second thing is in terms of the economy. Now, I think it was the ILO, International Labor Organization, earlier on in the pandemic was predicting 500 million more people globally would be pushed into poverty as a result of the pandemic. And the World Bank estimated that something like 20 to 40 million people would be pushed into extreme poverty. And there have been various economic think groups which have kind of come to the conclusion that it will collectively cost the economies in the developed world billions and billions of dollars if we don't address the pandemic in developing countries because of a couple things. One, because of the supply chains for our companies that start in those countries, but also in terms of the fact that, okay, maybe developing countries don't spend as much per capita as the United States and Canada and United Kingdom. However, there is sizable markets in those countries. And again, the pandemic is affecting those markets. So for all those reasons, I think, and I fully agree with Mr. Davies, that there has to be a global approach to this problem. There has to be a global solution. And I have to say, I salute our government's approach in terms of the international response. And let me just throw in before closing there, with respect to the international response, I think Canada really has taken a leading role. We've provided $1.6 billion for the global COVID response, including $220 million for COVAX for the purchase of vaccines. So I think we really have done actually a fairly admirable job in what is a problem that doesn't just affect us in Canada. It's a global problem, and I think really calls out for global solutions. And frankly, I don't think really there is an international law, adequate mechanisms for dealing with this kind of problem. And I would encourage our opposition in the New Democratic Party to consider the possibility of something like a treaty and how we could globally make a response to this, which would collectively be in our best interest, so that next time around we don't have this same kind of problem. Anyhow, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Pawlowski. We go now to Ms. Sidhu. Ms. Sidhu, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you to all members who are just joining us today to giving their perspective, the matter we are discussing today. Mr. Chair, delivering the vaccine out to Canadians is a massive undertaking. Never in modern times have we seen such an unprecedented level of collaboration and cooperation. This is a Team Canada effort, Mr. Chair. Our collective efforts have allowed us to prepare, build capacity, and develop innovative ways to deliver vaccines. We developed a process so that we can deliver vaccine across the Canadian landscape within days of approved vaccines becoming available. You heard Danny Fulton on the last committee. We have built and continue to build important relationships with our federal, provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners, as well as with industry and a wide range of stakeholders. These relationships allow us to come together in common purpose and to adapt to complex situations and rapidly evolving circumstances, which we are seeing today. Together, we have built and tested distribution plans and see the characteristics of these COVID-19 vaccines. The early-to-market mRNA vaccines demand special cold chain and procurement consideration. This meant our well-established procurement and distribution program would not work. Instead, we took a more centralized federal approach to obtain and distribute this vaccine. The Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine need an ultra-low temperature, we all know, known commonly as a ULT cold chain. Ideally, this vaccine is stored and shipped at 70 degrees Celsius. The Moderna COVID-19 vaccine requires a frozen cold chain. This means it needs to be at 20 degrees Celsius both in storage and during transportation. The capacity of store these vaccines varied among jurisdictions. In some places, ULT freezer capacity was already available in fixed infrastructure, such as in larger hospitals, scientific research facilities, or specialized commercial sites. In other areas, an innovative approach that allowed for temporary capacity was needed to respond on a smaller scale. The Public Health Agency of Canada has been working with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous partners to build capacity of the cold chain. They have been obtaining ultra-low temperature and 20-degree freezers in addition to hybrid units in various configurations. The freezers are then distributed where needed, and the agency ensures that they are properly installed, inspected, and fully operational. The federal government is also acquiring specialized equipment, containers, and dry ice to transport vaccine in smaller quantities. The thermal shippers, the vaccines, and the frozen states are shipped. It can also be used for storage at destination for up to a month. This allows greater flexibility to maintain the cold chain while reaching remote and isolated communities. This is in addition to providing support to as vaccine delivery sites in each province and territory. The number of these sites being used at any given time fluctuates from week to week. Some sites are only used for one type of vaccine. Other can be used for both. The jurisdiction receiving the vaccine determine which sites are used and how in order to support their individual vaccine plans. Mr. Chair, I misspoke as the Pfizer vaccine required minus 70 degrees Celsius temperature. I will continue. The logistics service providers can deliver vaccine deep into the provinces and territories by designating vaccine delivery sites in remote and isolated communities.
Order, Mr. Chair. Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't mind the Liberal members reading the speeches that they've been given, but I would really appreciate it if they remained relevant to the topic that we were talking about today, which is the contracts between pharmaceutical companies and the Government of Canada and the details of those contracts, not about vaccination distribution strategies and storage and those types of things. So I would just appreciate it if the members stayed on topic on the issue of my motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, to the same point of order, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lamoureux, to the same point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, I have found it interesting, and I've participated in many different types of committee meetings where I have seen individual members afforded the opportunity to be able to express themselves. And just because you don't mention the motion or you don't say something very specific in the motion does not deem that you are not being relevant. The member now on 2 occasions has interrupted a speaker while they have been definitely relevant. The member, Ms. Sidhu, is talking about the vaccine. The resolution, the motion that we're talking about is about the vaccine. The member is completely out in left field to try to give a false impression that the member from Ms. Sidhu is not relevant in her remarks. I say that only because Ms. Sidhu is entitled to be able to express herself in the best way that she feels that she can on behalf of her constituents. And we've now seen twice where through the using a point of order as a way to disrupt a line of thinking that I'm very much interested in and wanting to hear her. So I would suggest that members of the opposition be patient, maybe not so quick to draw a conclusion that a point of order is necessary, and listen and hear the member that is speaking in their full perspective of what it is that they're saying. And I am sure, Mr. Chair, that you will find that once the member is afforded that opportunity,
I'm sorry, we already have a point of order being discussed. Mr. Lamoureux has the floor. We'll deal with additional points of order on this matter as we go forward. Mr. Lamoureux, please continue.
Sure, and the essence of what I'm saying, Mr. Chair, is that when you're in standing committee or you're inside the chamber, it is not the individual members of Parliament's responsibility solely to interrupt a speech because they happen to think that the person is not necessarily being relevant in their mind. And that's why we have chairs. That's why we have the speaker. Because, Mr. Chairperson, I wouldn't want members of this committee to try to give a false impression that someone is not being in keeping with the motion I've listened to what Ms. Sadu was saying, and I can tell you every word she has said, in my opinion, is completely relevant. And to try to give the impression that she is waving away from the motion is just irresponsible. And it interrupts her train of thought. So I'm hoping by me providing an interjection at this point in time that members of the opposition would be more respectful in listening before they start interrupting when there is no grounds for that interruption. As you can see, Mr. Chairperson, I get a little agitated because I find and I have found her comments to be completely relevant. And if she was irrelevant, then maybe I wouldn't be quite as upset about the interruption. So that's the point of order, Mr. Chairperson. I would suggest to you that she is completely in order, and the point of order is what's out of order.
Thank you, Mr. Lamoureux. So there was another intervention on the same point of order. Who was it, Mr. Barlow or Mr.?
Yes, no, it was me, Mr. Chair,
Mr.
McGuire. Yeah, I thank you for that. And the point of order here that Mr. Barlow raised is quite relevant. We've been 3 hours now and we haven't heard anything about contracts, and that's what his motion is about. So maybe the last speaker should read the motion and get on the topic. I know that vaccines are relevant to the whole situation that we're talking about, but right now we're talking about the government hiding things in the contracts and not making them public. So I think that that's the relevant issue here that Mr. Barlow was trying to make, and I agree with him on it. And relevancy, Mr. Chair, will be, in your view, as chair of the meeting, not the government's deputy House leader in those times. So while I respect his right to have an intervention here as well, I think that it would be beneficial for us all if we were talking about the substance of the motion made. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. Excellent points, everyone. And I certainly remind all members to try and keep the remarks relevant to the motion. Ms. Sadu, you were interrupted. Please carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know my speech is relevant to the COVID and the motion too. And then this is the I made points. That is what I'm reading to. So the other members know what, even though it is very relevant point what I'm making. And then I just urge to everyone has to listen that. The logistics services provider can deliver vaccines deep into the provinces and territories by designating vaccine delivery sites in remote and isolated communities, which is very, very important to listen all the members, isolated communities, especially indigenous communities, are in areas that would otherwise be difficult to access. There is a considerable flexibility and capacity in the distribution network to handle both surge and deliberate scale-ups. Provincial and territories governments are responsible for deciding how and where COVID-19 vaccines are being deployed within their jurisdictions. However, there's extensive collaboration to ensure that all Canadians who wish to be immunized can be, no matter where they live. It is very, very important, Mr. Chair. The logistics to move vaccine into large cities is very different from those needed to reach Canadians living in remote, rural, and isolated communities. To address the varying needs, different options will be used, from mass immunizations, clinic in major urban setting, to small mobile immunizations teams that can be flown into the remote locations. In early December, to prepare for the imminent arrives of Pfizer vaccines, we conducted a dry run to confirm our ordering, shipping, and receiving processes. A few weeks later, we repeated the same process for the Moderna vaccine. These dry runs was followed up by validation of distribution processor prior to initial live shipment. Mr. Chair, you heard that I questioned that on the last time, General Danny Fortin, because it is important to my constituents. More than 100 participants from federal and provincial and territorial governments, Indigenous and industry partners, and key stakeholders participated in the validation effort. Everyone involved in the distribution process had the opportunity to visualize their role, confirm responsibilities, and critical hands-off, and build confidence in the overall conduct and execution of the complex multi-phase plan. These collective efforts assured us that our distribution networks were in place for the arrival of the much anticipated COVID-19 vaccines. Our understanding of these new vaccines continues to evolve, and manufacturers continue to update their product monographs and instructions. We are prepared and we are able to adapt to these changes, and we can modify how and where we distribute and administer vaccine to Canadians. Updated manufacturer guidelines and procedures that allow vaccine to be transported in a thawed state also allows shipments in smaller quantities. This is a key consideration for some remote communities. As we roll into spring and summer, we anticipate a steep increase in vaccine availability. Distribution will also become easier when vaccines are approved that can be transported outside of ultra-low temperature and frozen cold chains. We also have the capacity to adapt and rapidly deploy vaccines if an unexpected supply becomes available on short notice. Allocation forecasts continue to fluctuate on a regular basis. This is to be expected as we work with the manufacturers to accelerate the availability of approval vaccines. It is also expected that natural disruption will occur. During the vaccine production process, we will update our federal, provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners and the public regularly on allocation forecasts as they evolve. The provinces and territories have been building and executing their plans for distributing vaccine within their jurisdictions. They have been ensuring that the necessary equipment, training, and safety monitoring systems are in place to support rollout. In parallel efforts, they have been confirming the practical readiness of designated immunization clinics are preparing for the larger scale ramp up. That is still to come. The federal government is supporting these efforts and working tirelessly to ensure that we can deliver through any eventuality as COVID-19 vaccines become more and more available to Canadians. We'll continue to work collaboratively to gather and share lessons and best practices and to test and adjust as we move forward. The safe and efficient rollout of Canada's COVID-19 immunization campaign is our primary focus. And rest assured, security is a key consideration in the planning and execution of the vaccine rollout. We continue to work with our partners in federal department, law enforcement at all levels, and with designated logistics services providers to ensure the safe delivery of Canada's COVID-19 vaccine supply. Our collective efforts over the past weeks and months, the early rehearsals of our distribution and logistics system, the launch of Pfizer BioNTech and Moderna vaccines have all served to set the condition for a rapid scale-up as vaccines become more rapidly available in the months ahead. With more and more agility and flexibility, we are able to transport vaccine to more sites and in smaller amounts. This complemented with our inherent flexibility to deliver to an increased number of vaccines delivery sites and our continually expanding capacity to support multiple cold chains is a good news for Canadians and for Canada COVID-19 immunization strategy. Mr. Chair, if this entire process sounds complex, it is. We have to do everything from preventing disruption. I'm worried that the motion we are discussing today puts all that at severe risk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Sadhu. We go now to Mr. Lemmer. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. And it's been a while since I've appeared on the Health Committee. And I have a number of thoughts that I would like to share with committee members. And I very much appreciated both Ms. Sadhu's and Mr. Long's comments. And, you know, it's been an interesting process, if I can kind of start it off in that fashion. I did have a chance, I say this to my Conservative friends in particular, to read through the motion on several times. And I must say I'm a little disappointed. Not surprised, but I am disappointed. Disappointed in the sense that there is so much potential that the healthcare Standing Committee on Healthcare could actually be doing. And I genuinely believe that. In a minority situation, we recognize that our committees, our standing committees, could play a very important role in normal times.
Point d'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Point of order. Mr. Lamoureux, I don't want to lack respect or cut my colleague, but I'm on the French channel for interpretation, and I hear my colleague's voice at the same level as the interpretation volume. So it becomes quite complicated in my head. I'm not able to understand two voices at the same time. Could we double check the volumes, please?
Désolé, madame.
Sorry, we're going to take a look at this.
Mr. Clerk, if you would have a see what you could do. Are you getting, still the same level? So I shall talk for a while, and hopefully that will resolve. I'm looking at your hands as you hold them, so you can tell me if we're changing the levels, and hopefully the good folk in the translation booth are able to take some action here. So what we're seeing is that the feed from the English as well as the translation is coming in at the same level. So again, I'm not seeing any change. Mr. Clerk, are you able to tell what's going on here? So it looks like the clerk is
a technician will need to call her. A technician will call her.
Okay. So, Madame Vignola, nous procéderons.
We're going to proceed, and if this problem continues, then
interromper encore.
You can interrupt us again. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lamoureux, if you wouldn't mind carrying on, and
sure.
Perhaps you might need to back up a little bit so that hopefully Madame Vignola can hear what you were saying. So,
sure, I'll lower my mic, Mr. Chairperson, in hopes that might help resolve the issue. I don't think the proximity to me in the screen really matters, but the mic, hopefully that helps as I look at there, and we'll see. But anyway,
I'm sorry, Mr. Lamoureux. I just want to mention, if the problem persists, Madame Vignola, we will pause briefly to see if we can get it resolved. So do keep us informed, please. Sorry, Mr. Lamoureux. Allons-y.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Very much appreciate. And as I was trying to express that I am not surprised by the motion. I'm really not surprised at all. I am disappointed. And, it's something to be said in terms of where the priorities of the Conservative Party really is. And it's encouraging that the health critic is actually online listening to this, because I do believe that she, along with the leader, is most likely giving the guidance here. And I think that it's very important that we recognize that the opposition party really has a responsibility too. And we need to recognize that. And I think that they are letting down Canadians by the types of actions that I have witnessed both in the House and in the committees. And I don't say that lightly. As I said before inside the House, Mr. Chairperson, I've been in opposition for over 20 years, and I love the happy face, I must say. The statement's inaccurate, but I do like the happy face. Mr. Chairperson, I have been a parliamentarian for about 30 years, over 20 of those years in opposition. I understand what it is that you need to be able to do in opposition, to be able to maybe generate the type of attention that you so desire in order to be able to communicate a message and so forth. Believe it or not, I've had the opportunity to participate in many different types of filibusters over the years, Mr. Chairperson. And I wouldn't necessarily say that this is one that I would classify as a filibuster. But I raise that because I'm trying to give some advice to my conservative friends. And that is to recognize the situation that we are actually in. And maybe to start putting party politics second to the coronavirus and the pandemic that we are trying to overcome collectively. When this all came into being, this time last year, when everything was starting to turn upside down, Canadians understood that we all needed to start working together. And these contracts that we're talking about, these contracts that are within this particular motion, is a part of that teamwork that we saw months ago. This isn't something that came from nowhere. This is something that's been in place for a long time now. There have been ample opportunities for opposition if they were genuinely interested in the issue itself. If they were genuinely interested in the contracts, the conservative critic for the Conservative Party would have been talking about this back in July, back in August. In fact, even then, agreements were already in the making. If the Conservative Party really wanted to contribute to this whole who's going to be getting the contracts, what kind of contracts they should be, and what about the Canadian content aspect of it? If the Conservatives had any sort of legitimacy in terms of interest back then, I would suggest to you that they would have been able to contribute so much more to the debate that we're having today. For the first time in 30 years, Mr. Chairperson, we actually sat during the summertime. Opposition had thousands of questions that they could have asked. If we were to ask the analysts, well, how many of those questions did they ask about the vaccine? People might be surprised from the Health Committee. I cannot recall one. The health critic is on the monitor right now. Did she ask one question in regards to the vaccine from May to the end of July, when all these negotiations are taking place? When her so-called concern about the vaccines that she espouses today? Hindsight's wonderful. 2020, absolutely. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to base all your decisions on hindsight? But then there's the real world, Mr. Chairperson. And I can tell you, because I was sitting on the floor of the House and listening to opposition members ask questions, I don't recall questions about the vaccines in June or July. None at all. I didn't hear opposition members saying, well, you know what? We want to contribute to that discussion and that dialogue with these companies. And at the end of the day, when you're sitting down negotiating, we believe that no matter what those companies say, that we want to make sure that they become public documents automatic. So you sign an agreement and it has to become public. I don't recall any sort of discussions or dialogue of that nature. I follow this issue fairly closely. I pay a lot of attention in terms of what's taking place in the House. You know, I can recall the conservative health critic reacting to things after the fact, after she's been provided information, and it's very easy to be critical well after the decisions are made. And as opposition, yes, you can do that. But I can tell you, Mr. Chairperson, and this is where I say that, look, I'm disappointed but not surprised. Because what is the expectation of this motion? If this motion was to pass, what is the expectation? I believe it puts Canadians in a potential difficult position. We don't know. I don't know. The healthcare critic, the Conservative Party, does not know all the details of those contracts and the confidentiality matters that are important. Could we, in fact, lose out by doing what it is that the official opposition wants and just say, here's the tabled documents? Could we be opening ourselves up to all sorts of other problems as a direct result? I don't know, Mr. Chairperson. What I do know is that when you enter into an agreement, there is a certain expectation. And we entered into these agreements, and I am very proud of the way in which we achieved those agreements, Mr. Chairperson. We didn't say it's going to be a political decision. You know, it's going to be the Prime Minister or the Minister of Health or the Minister of Procurement that's going to sit down and make that decision without ensuring that we had listened to what the experts were actually saying. You know, there was a committee that was established, the Vaccine Committee, and they were charged with the responsibility. They were charged with the responsibility of ensuring that Canada had and was moving in a direction that would achieve the optimum results in protecting our Canadians from coast to coast to coast with a well thought out plan to deal with vaccinations. And those healthcare experts and people with science as a background, bureaucrats that came together in order to be able to ensure that Canadians' interests would be well served, did a phenomenal job. I would suggest to you, second to no other country in the world in making sure that Canadians were going to be protected when it came to the issue of vaccines. And of course, you know, there's areas in which I would have loved to have seen, you know, stating the obvious is, yeah, let's produce vaccines here in Canada. Wonderful. Sure, I'd love to produce vaccines here in Canada. But it doesn't happen by snapping your fingers. It's a lot more complicated than that. Even I understand that. And the vaccination committee understood that too. And that's why, you know, you take a look around the world, you're talking about hundreds of companies that all believe that they have the answer and they can produce the vaccine. Some of those companies are here in Canada. Who do we invest our tax dollars with to try to encourage and see that development? Again, these are contracts in many ways, in different forms, entered into with Canadian companies. Millions of dollars of federal tax dollars collected by Canadians to ensure that we move forward at the same time with some of that Canadian product using the science that we have here in Canada, the homegrown stuff. And you know what? We will have capabilities in good part because of the people of Canada that have the background to make it happen. And the government, through the vaccination committee, was very successful at identifying the handful that they believed and asked the government of Canada to get behind and support. And we did just that, Mr. Chairperson. And later this year, I think that we could actually realize some of the benefits. We've had some tangible commitments, none of which have actually been approved by Health Canada yet, but there's tangible commitments to the development and progress on Canadian vaccinations being put together and manufactured or processed here in Canada. I think it is only a question of time. But the committee understood that the best way for Canada to be able to protect its citizens and residents was that we needed to be able to enter into agreements, even if it means that we had to go outside our borders. And we as a government, with the help of the vaccination committee and the many endless hours of consultations that had taken place, actually came up with a number of agreements. You know, for those that now say, well, yeah, the agreements are nice, but what about in Canada? We need to understand the history. Why doesn't Canada have the capability of manufacturing? This isn't something that happened overnight. You know, it's been since the mid-'80s where our capabilities at manufacturing vaccines to the degree in which we needed for this pandemic started to diminish. You know, it was interesting. There was one paper that I had received. You know, in 2007, AstraZeneca closed its Canadian manufacturing operation and consolidated this activity into its Sweden-based manufacturing facilities. In 2010, Johnson & Johnson closed its research center in Montreal. In 2011, Teva closed one of its Canadian manufacturing operations in Montreal also. This is all actions that were taken when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister of Canada. It was all a part of something that's been taking place for decades, as Canada's ability to be able to produce the vaccinations just isn't there. And we recognize that, and this government has been investing millions at trying to build that capacity up into the future, Mr. Chairperson. We hear about variances. We hear about, this is a pandemic and it's a once in a lifetime, even greater than that in terms of its occurrence. But we never know. The Prime Minister says we want to build back better where we can. One of the ways in which we can build back better is to look internally in terms of the vaccinations. Let's take a look, and there will be opportunities for us to look at the contracts at some point in time in the future, I suspect, Mr. Chairperson. Let's take a look and see how it is that we can support that industry as a whole and allow it to grow. This government in the last 5 years has demonstrated that it is not hesitant to move and to take progressive measures in order to support and grow industries in our country. We have seen that, all of us, firsthand by this Prime Minister and this government over the last number of years. So there should be no surprise to anyone that we now have vaccine companies that are, or potential vaccines that will in fact be manufactured here in Canada. In fact, my own premier, Brian Pallister, take a look at Newswatch. You look at Newswatch, and he's acquired some a commitment for vaccines. You know? Ottawa hasn't prevented provinces from being able to acquire. If they feel that they want to be able to acquire vaccines too, they can do that. Premier Brian Pallister has actually acquired a commitment from a vaccine company that's hoping to be able to provide vaccines later this year. Now, it might not be till October, November, maybe earlier, hopefully earlier. I like to see it more so as an insurance policy. And the reason why I say it's an insurance policy, because it's not till later in the year. Because of the hard work of that of our vaccination committee, what we were able to see is those 7 solid agreements, contrary to the misleading information that the Conservative Party tries to give Canadians. We have 7 agreements which has put Canada on a per capita basis better off than any other country in the world, bar none. Now, if you take a look at those 7 countries, we have 2 of those vaccines, 2 of those agreements that are actually in play today because the vaccines were also approved by Health Canada. So if the government's targets and plans continue in the positive way that it has, and we continue to realize the benefits of that hard work that was done months ago, you will find that we will get 6 million vaccines before the end of March. Even though you wouldn't think that by the behavior of the official opposition and the misinformation that they tend to want to pump out day in and day out. But that is the reality. And by the time we get to the end of June, we're talking 20 million doses. And then over that summer period, every Canadian that wants to be vaccinated will have the opportunity to be vaccinated in a safe environment and for free because of the efforts of governments, whether it's provincial and federal, municipal, Indigenous leaders, and so many other stakeholders. And of course, by those that are administering our vaccines, the backbone of our healthcare system, our nurses, doctors, pharmacists. All these people are playing such a critical role. But Ottawa and this Prime Minister did their job. Those agreements are there, they're real, and they are delivering. You know, Conservatives stand question after period after question period saying, well, you know, how many vaccines are we getting this week? Ha, 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 we got the government not getting very many vaccines. The bottom line is we made a commitment to 6 million by the end of March. And let's see what the Conservatives say at the end of March once we've achieved that target, that goal, when we've hit the 6 million. They will find out very clearly that at the end of the day, we fulfilled a commitment that was based on agreements, and there is still potential for more. As Mr. Pawlowski talked about, the agreements that were signed off on, we still have other agreements that are out there that will enable us to get more vaccines if and when they get approved by Health Canada. To me, that's what's important. I can go through, you know, we all get emails. I get a lot of emails. I don't want to go through all of the emails I have with you, but depending in terms of time, if we're still going at this in a few hours, I might resort to going through some of those emails, I can tell you, Mr. Chairperson. But I can say that my constituents are very much concerned. and they appreciate the fact that if we can just be straightforward with them, in which I am. There are some things that are beyond our control. When Pfizer says that it needed to be able to retool so that it could expand its production, like, what do you think? We're going to say, no, you can't do it? Is that what the opposition is trying to suggest? Our concern was we had a commitment by the end of the first quarter that X number of vaccine doses is what we would get, and will you be able to maintain that commitment? And we got their word that they would. In fact, most recently, I am told that they might even exceed it by some. My concern, because this is what I'm telling my constituents, is that Canada will have 6 million doses before the end of March. That is what the government has stated. Those are the agreements that were signed off on. Those are the ones that have been approved by Health Canada. And hopefully there will be more. There's ample opportunities to see our numbers go higher than what they are today. But until we get that Health Canada stamp of approval, I think that we have to continue to go with the numbers that we know that we can guarantee. So when Brian Pellister, was it yesterday or maybe the day before, I'm not really too sure, Mr. Chairperson, comes out and says, well, the province of Manitoba has secured some vaccines. I say, great, nothing wrong with that. I think it's a good thing. Why not? There's always going to be a world demand for these vaccines, especially that'll be ongoing past September, October. If all the Manitobans have had the opportunity to be vaccinated and we have surplus, then they can explore other possible options in terms of what to do with the vaccination. It is also a way in which, at the end of the day, I think it's like an insurance policy. And I won't criticize the Premier for that. If you try to distort what it is that Ottawa is doing, or give a false impression, or try to give a false expectation that, for example, the vaccinations that are in the works here in Canada are going to be out in the first quarter. We know that's not going to happen. So we want to make sure that we are not going and trying to give information that would build up a false expectation. And that's where I believe our Minister of Health, Minister of Procurement, and our Prime Minister have done a fantastic job, because they have stuck to the facts. They have respected the importance of listening to what healthcare professionals have to say. They've taken into consideration science when it comes to dealing with this, every aspect of the coronavirus, including the vaccinations, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair. There is a lot of information that is out there. And when you think in terms of those contracts, Mr. Chairperson, you will find that there is information that is out there dealing with numbers, which is the most important aspect of the contracts, because that's what we can base our planning on. If we know we're going to get X number by such and such a quarter, that allows us, it enables us to make the decisions that are so very, very important. You know, we have some, I don't know what best would be call them, web designers that are just absolutely incredible people. The internet provides so much in terms of a service. I hate to think of how we would have dealt with the coronavirus in every way had we not had the internet. in that sense, it's been quite a blessing to all of us. And I say that because Canadians that are interested in maybe not necessarily following this debate, but want to get a good understanding about all aspects of the coronavirus, they can go to the website. There is so much information on the website. So here in this motion, they talk about, well, we want to see the contracts. Go to the website. Yeah, you're not going to get the details. That's going to make the conservative critic happy. After all, she's looking under every little rock and whatever she can try to find so that she can somehow try to make the government look bad. It doesn't really matter. But that's been her personal agenda for months and months and months. I don't recall her back in May and June saying, well, you know what, why don't we sit down collaboratively and work with other companies and see what we can come up with some contracts. And then, by the way, as I pointed out earlier, let's make sure that those contracts are public. Of course that didn't happen. Mr. Chair, let's take a look in terms of what it is that you can expect if you look at the website. And every Canadian can do that, including members of the Conservative Party. That's the nice thing about the committees nowadays, Mr. Chairperson. You can have it's kind of like in two screens. So I have the committee members, so I can see the committee members on this side, and then I have the vaccine or the coronavirus website on the left side of my screen. And if you go to the page, I have procuring vaccines for the COVID-19, and it is an extensive document. It would take a long time to go through the whole thing, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Chair, and I will highlight certain aspects of it. Vaccine agreements with suppliers. Now, these are the agreements that the motion is specifically asking about, right? Like when you read the motion, it talks about it's asking for the law clerk to take some actions. I don't want to read I'll read a portion of it. That the chair of the committee write to the law clerk and the parliamentary council inquiring on whether or not the contracts for Canada's 7 vaccine agreements with suppliers have been provided to his office as part of a motion adopted on the October 26, 2020 by the House of Commons. Well, Mr. Speaker, I to be honest, I haven't taken a look at the details of the motion that was there from October 26, 2020. So I don't really know exactly what that motion is, but it's referencing these 7 vaccine agreements. The vaccine agreements, the suppliers. Go to the website, and you can get the list of those suppliers. And what I like about it, and that's why I say it's about the numbers, and that's to me what Canadians are concerned about right now today is how soon can we get the vaccine? We understand the importance of it, but we're not going to forsake the health and well-being of Canadians. It has to be done in a safe way. Health Canada is recognized around the world for its expertise and the fine work that they do, Mr. Chairperson, because they are outstanding. And I think if there was something that every member of this committee could likely agree to, it would be to that particular point. That we have some of, if not the best, healthcare experts worldwide. And we see that, and I don't say that lightly, because we see that in our approval process, of which 2 of those 7 have actually been approved. So if you go to the website, you'll see a list of all 7 of them, Mr. Chairperson. Moderna, and it actually says the number of doses, 44 million. So we can anticipate, according to that agreement, that Canada will get 44 million doses. Now, I suspect you might be able to find out in more details this very committee might have even have talked about where or when those doses will be coming in terms of some approximate dates. So, for example, in the first quarter, we might get 2 million doses. Please don't quote me on the hard number, Mr. Chair, but we know that we're going to get X number of doses from Moderna in the first quarter. We know that we're going to get 44 million. And that is something in which I think is fairly significant. Think about it. What's the population of Canada? 37 million? Maybe just over 37 million? I know it's in around that 37 million. So there's 44 million doses. Pfizer. Pfizer gets a great deal of attention worldwide. And it's yet another company where we have an agreement with. And like Moderna, we actually have Canada Health approval of that vaccine. So because we have that vaccine approved, and the Moderna, that's why I can guarantee to my constituents that that Canada will have 6 million doses of vaccine. And I am perfectly comfortable in saying that by the end of March, we will have 6 million doses. Now, if you take a look at how many in total, well, we could get up to 76 million doses. You don't have to believe me. All you got to do is just look at the website. If the committee is really curious about it, check out the website, and you will see that, yes, there is a commitment up to 76 million doses. So that's well over 110 million between Moderna and Pfizer. I suspect that if you were to ask Canadians as a whole in terms of their confidence in those two vaccines, you will find that there is overwhelming support for both of those companies and confidence in those vaccines. Why? Because at the end of the day, proper research, and it went through a process that speaks of confidence, public confidence. Health Canada was not pushed. It made sure that it did the things that it needed to do in order to make sure that it was safe for Canadians. In fact, my understanding is that we received doses back in December. Some countries didn't receive doses, vaccine doses, until the new year. We started to receive some in December. But I want to try to avoid playing away from those stats. Well, what about December, January, February, March? The numbers fluctuate, as we all know. And that's why I will go back to those agreements and those contracts. And we know that there is a solid commitment from Moderna and Pfizer, over 100 million doses, with Canada having a population base of 37 million people. So even if their balance is not covered or don't get approved, we know that Canadians' safety and well-being is being taken care of. Because by the end of June, everyone will have been, that wants to be vaccinated, will in fact be vaccinated. I think I might have said June, by the end of September. By the end of September, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairperson, every Canadian that wants to be vaccinated will in fact be vaccinated. Well, there's good news that I think is not too far distant in the future. Because I just talked about the two that are approved. There is many different stages prior to getting approved with Health Canada. I made reference to Brian Pellister, the Premier of Manitoba. and he has an agreement, and I don't know if it's 100% ironclad yet. I believe it's a tentative agreement. Just don't quote me on it. And I'll take this right. This comes right from a CBC report where it says Manitoba has made a deal to buy 2 million doses of a Canadian-made COVID-19 vaccine on the condition it gets approved for use in Canada and is delivered by the end of the year. You know, and this is a company that's Calgary-based, but I think that they actually have taken into consideration a component that would be done here in the province of Manitoba. So I say, good for the Premier. We got a great insurance policy. That's not going to happen till the end of the year, in all likelihood. You know, I would be pleasantly surprised if it happened in the first 6 months. I don't think it will, but if it does, fantastic. But let's let Health Canada continue to do its work. Here's a company that has great potential, and hopefully we will realize and we will see those vaccines. You know, I'm a proud Canadian. I'd like to see that made in Canada. It's not alone. As I said, we've invested literally millions into Canadian companies all over the place to ensure that we could bring back up our capabilities to be able to produce the stuff into the future, which I think is so very, very important, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairperson. My apology for calling you Mr. Speaker all the time. I'm used to it in the chamber, not as used to the committee room, Mr. Chair. So I will get better as we proceed. My apologies.
Pardon me, Mr. Lamoureux. I take no offense at that, by the way, but I just want to advise the committee that we have a hard stop at 4:30 Eastern. After 4:30, we will have no translators, no clerk, no analysts, no room. So,
point of privilege, Chair.
Mr.
Point of privilege, Chair.
Very quickly.
Point of privilege, Chair. You have just stated that you intend to either suspend or attempt to adjourn this committee meeting based on resources. Now, I do realize that we are committing or we are undertaking this meeting from a virtual perspective. But I believe that democracy has to proceed regardless, and it is actually incumbent upon the House of Commons to ensure that we do have resources for situations like this. It is clear that the Liberals are filibustering this motion. I don't believe that they should be given a window, a convenient window, to stop this the debate on this motion because of an excuse of quote unquote resources. The House of Commons, whoever it should be, the Speaker's office, your office, whatever, should be attempting to find resources rather than shut down the committee because of a quote lack of resources. My privilege as a parliamentarian is being violated by your decision to attempt to shut down committee with regard to this. I submit this as a formal point of privilege, and I do not accept your attempt to shut down this committee due to quote unquote resources. Find them.
Well, same point of order, Mr.
Thank you, Ms. Rempel-Garner. Who is that next?
Yeah, on the same point of order, dealing with the member's matter of privilege, I'm wondering if the member is suggesting that if we cannot provide French translation, then we should continue on, because I would strongly advise against that. If we cannot provide French translation, I don't think it would be appropriate to continue. Can she just provide some clarification if she is recommending that we continue, whether or not we can provide translation?
No, Mr. Chair, on that point of privilege, what I am saying is that it is a failure of the Chair and the House of Commons to obtain resources for translation during this meeting. To underscore again, the Liberals, including the government House Leader, Mr. Lamoureux, is filibustering this motion. He has not talked about the contracts. It's very clear that the Liberals don't want this motion to pass. The opposition parties are clear that we do. So it is not... House resources should be here to ensure that debate can happen. That includes in both official languages. So my privilege is being violated. The members, every member here's privilege is being violated. The of course, we want proceedings to happen per standing orders with regard to translation, but we're a year into this pandemic. The House of Commons has been proceeding virtually for some time, and I do not accept that my privilege should be violated because they can't find, or you or whoever it is can't find translation. This should be something that is accommodated for. I don't believe that Liberal members of Parliament and the government should be able to abrogate democracy with the excuse that they can't find resources. I mean, if the government and the House of Commons can't find resources for a Zoom meeting and translation, how are they going to deliver vaccines for Canadians? Come on. Mr. Chair, I need to finish this. My privilege as a parliamentarian is directly tied to my ability to pass motions or debate motions like this on behalf of my constituents. And the excuse that somehow we don't have resources is not. This is the definition of breach of privilege. This debate must continue. So you need to find resources, Chair. You need to find translators. The clerk should have seen, you should have seen the fact, I'm sure you've been privy to discussions with the center and with other people, that this is a filibuster. So this needs to finish. So I assert that my privilege is being breached as a parliamentarian if you decide to suspend or attempt to adjourn this meeting due to, quote, lack of House resources. And I think most Canadians would agree. We are a year into this. The government has prorogued Parliament. It has done everything possible to stop opposition members from getting answers from this government. And now the Liberals can filibuster this all they want. But I don't think that it is fair. It is a breach of my privilege to allow them to have a break on their filibuster because of, quote, lack of resources. Find translators, find House resources, do it. This is democracy. Get it done. This is my privilege.
Well, Matt, thank you, Ms. Rempel-Garner. I'm going to just say that the House resources are a matter of House administration to allocate, and the current situation is a matter of agreement between all the House whips and leaders, and it's really not up to the chair. It's not up to the government how to allocate House resources. If you wish to raise, I'm speaking. Do not interrupt, please. If you wish to raise a point of privilege, the committee cannot deal with points of privilege. You will have to take it up with the House.
Point of order, Chair. Actually, the committee has to deal with this point of privilege. It has to deal with it in order to go to the House. If I go to the Speaker to raise this point of privilege, he will say go back to the committee. So I urge you to learn your procedure. So I'm raising a point of privilege, and I urge you to rule on it.
Well, no,
the chair cannot rule on a point of privilege. The committee can move a motion of privilege, and if the committee passes it, that motion can be passed to the House, and the House can deal with it. But you can also raise your point of privilege directly in the House in the next opportunity.
Same point of order.
Be that as it may, we are over time. We have no resources. The House administration. We do not have access to this room. We're already minutes over. So the translators...
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. On procedure, you actually have to, according to the standing orders and procedure, you have to decide whether or not you consider this a matter of privilege or not. You have to. And I have raised this. So that is a ruling you need to make today before you attempt to shut down this meeting.
Well, Mr. Chairperson, as much as the member Ms. Rempel likes, she doesn't get to dictate the rules of the committee and try to misrepresent your responsibilities.
Did I miss the chair election? Did Mr. Lamoureux get elected chair during that exchange?
Mr. Chair, please step down.
But you know what, Mr. Barrett, as
chair, point of order. The member was addressing the chair, and Mr. Lamoureux was not recognized.
I believe I was recognized.
Is it a free for all?
No, he wasn't.
Mr. Lamoureux had the floor at the outset before I interrupted.
And you've been asked to rule on a point on Ms. Rempel-Garner's point.
It is my understanding that if the member feels that it's a point of privilege, that she can take it up with the House. I don't think it's a point of privilege at this point for me to deal with.
Point of order, Chair.
I certainly invite her to.
Chair.
Do not interrupt me.
Point of order, Chair.
I will deal with your point of order in due course. It is my view that this is not an infringement on the member's privilege, and
I challenge the chair. I challenge the chair on his ruling that this is not a matter of privilege.
Ms. Rempel, I will get to your point of order in due course.
I challenge the chair that on your ruling. I challenge the chair on your ruling.
I hear your challenge, but
privilege.
You have not the floor you don't have the floor to make the challenge at this point. I just wish to make it clear that this is a matter of House administration. Resources, they make the agreement, or they make arrangements for staff, for rooms, and they've done so with the agreement of the House whips and of the leaders. So, to your point of order, if you wish to appeal my ruling that it is
on my point of order, Chair. If you open up your green book on page 1060. If
you've appealed my decision, so let's deal with that first.
You asked for my point of order, so let's start with that. So point of order. If you open up your green book, and I encourage you to do that right now, on page 1060, you actually do have the power to do what I'm talking about. You actually have the power and are required to say whether or not you consider it a matter of privilege or not. So since you have done that, I challenge your ruling, and I argue that it is a matter of privilege, and I request that the chair's ruling not stand.
Okay, we are. The question is, shall the decision of the chair be sustained? Mr. Clerk, I would ask you to take the vote.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, I'm not 100% clear what we're voting on. What is your ruling that is or is not a point of privilege?
I have informed the committee that we are out of resources. We have to quit, which means we have to adjourn or suspend. Ms. Rempel has raised that as a matter of privilege, that it's a violation of her privilege to not continue with this debate at this time. I have ruled that it's really not up to us on the committee. It's not up to me as the chair. It's not up to the staff. It is a matter of the House administration that allocates resources and determines what resources are available in conjunction with decisions by the conversations with the whips and House leaders. So I have ruled that in my view, Ms. Rempel's matter is not a matter of personal privilege, and she has challenged that ruling. So if you vote yes, you support the chair's decision that it's, in this case, it's not a point of privilege, it's for the committee to deal with. It still leaves it open for Ms. Rempel to raise it in the House as a point of privilege. If you vote no, then you would agree that Ms. Rempel's contention that this is a violation of her privilege stands. So, is everybody clear on that? Okay, so Mr. Clerk.
Well, Mr. Chair, just to that, a few moments ago, I heard you say specifically that it's not up to the government to find resources. So
we're getting into debate here. We're getting to debate. We have a motion on a motion to appeal the ruling of the chair. Let us deal with that. Mr. Clerk, if you please take the vote on that.
Mr. Fisher?
Yes.
Mr. Kellaway?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Pawlowski?
Yes.
Ms. Sidhu?
Yes.
Mr. Barlow?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
Nay, against.
Mr. McGuire?
No.
Ms. Rempel Garner?
No.
Madame Vignola? Madame Vignola? Mr. Davies?
Yes.
Madame Vignola? Okay, so 6 yeas, 4 nays.
Thank you. The decision of the chair is sustained. And now we really have no choice. We
Point
are
of order,
9
Chair.
minutes past.
Point of order, Chair.
No more points of order. We have no more time. This is unfair.
J'aurais aimé ça avoir justement de la traduction parce que j'ai absolument rien eu, j'ai même pas pu voter à cause de ça. C'est insultant, c'est enrageant.
I wasn't able to vote because I didn't have interpretation, says Madame Vignola. So it's great to have technology, but I didn't have interpretation. My channel is open, my translation is open, everything's there. So that's twice now that it's happening. I've had it.
On the point of order,
Madame Vignola, will you tell us which way your vote was, yes or no? Yes or no?
Votre micro est fermé.
Je n'ai pas de son. Je n'ai absolument rien. Et je suis branché.
So, Mr. Clerk, would you include Ms. Vignola's vote in the tally you just required?
Yes, I could, but I don't know how she wanted to vote. So.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Lemmer.
We have technical difficulties here, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Let me see.
This is the interpreter. There seemed to have been a problem with the microphone of the French interpreter, which was not functional.
C'est le silence complet. Fait que moi, j'ai rien entendu.
So Madame Vignola has voted no. So if you could include her vote in the tally.
Mr. Chair, point of order. I can't understand what Ms. Vignola said because I'm not getting any interpretation of what she said.
We have some technical difficulties with interpretation.
I am not hearing the interpretation is what Madame Vignola is saying. Now she can hear a voice. Now she can hear a voice.
À quelle interprétation? Juste un instant, nous vérifions.
J'entends plus. Vous, oui. L'interprète, je vous entends.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez, Madame Vignola?
Mr. Chair, if you will, I would like to continue on my point of order.
Yes, very quickly. We do have to wrap up.
Yes. Mr. Chair, you do have the opportunity to suspend the committee if, in fact, you feel that we're not able to provide full services that are necessary in order to have a proper functional committee. And it would appear, just by observing the last 2 minutes, we really do not have the ability at this stage. If the more notice would have been given from the Conservatives of their desire to sit past this time, we might have been able to be better prepared. I don't think the House administration should be blamed, but I do believe it's critical that we have French translation and translation services. So if we do not have it, I would highly recommend that you suspend the committee. On this point of order, Chair?
Excuse me, we're getting too far down the rabbit hole here.
Well, you acknowledge the Liberal male speaking on a point of order. I would like to be acknowledged on the same point of order. Can we just kind of
get things straightened away on this vote? So, Mr. Clerk, if you would incorporate Ms. Vignola's vote in the tally, and
Madame Vignola, est-ce que votre vote en faveur ou non?
I will abstain. It's better that way than me telling you exactly what I think.
So,
yeah.
If I remember the tally before, that means that's no change to the tally. The chair's decision is sustained. And Ms. Rempel Garner, please go ahead quickly.
Mr. Chair, you cannot just adjourn a meeting. A meeting can only end by implied or explicit consent. A chair's decision or lack of resources is not a reason to end a meeting. And this type of a situation, Madame Vignola is absolutely right. We should have translation, but a Liberal filibuster, democracy doesn't get just run along the Liberal government's timeline. Of course, the opposition is going to put forward motions to compel the government to give information. Of course, we're going to do that. And there should be resources for Parliament to continue. If there aren't resources to do this, then this isn't working and we can't continue this way. This is a violation of privilege. Madame Vignola just had to abstain on a vote because she couldn't get interpretation. And that is a failure on the behalf of the House of Commons. I don't, as a member of Parliament, have to give anybody notice of the extension of a debate or a point of order. That this is an absolute breach of privilege. And I'm just reminding you, even though the government house, a deputy house leader might be trying to suggest that something happened, that a committee only ends by consent, not by a lack of resources. A lack of resources is not approved.
You're wrong, Michelle.
Mr. Chair, I'm being heckled by the House Leader at this point. So I think that this is a huge problem. This is something that has not been addressed and needs to be addressed. It is not my fault as a parliamentarian because the Liberals decided to filibuster a motion that could have been dealt with 5 hours ago. They could have voted yes or no, right? But they want to filibuster it to get to this point, which is they wanted to filibuster it to the point where there were no translators so that Madame Vignola couldn't hear and couldn't vote. And that is an abrogation of democracy, and it is a breach of my privilege. It should be brought up in the House, and shame on you for not agreeing to it. We're stuck in the middle of the pandemic. We're being asked to deal with this, like these resources, and then you're not providing them. This is the definition of a breach of privilege, and this absolutely should be raised in the House between translation or whatever. It shouldn't be, oh, well, I just have to bring in Kevin Lamoureux to talk the clock so that Rempel's motion can't get through. That is an abrogation of democracy, and I cannot believe that this is happening right now.
So thank you, Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Mr. Chair, if I may speak to the point of order.
Sure.
Okay. So I'm really conflicted on this. Having sort of considered Ms. Rempel-Garner's point, in theory, I think she's right. If there's a filibuster going on, then the filibuster continues until there are no speakers to be put up. And I'm troubled by the fact that during the vote and during the debate leading up to the vote, we did not have translation, which in my opinion abrogates the vote. Ms. Vignola has the right to, you just said it yourself earlier, the right to contemporaneous translation. I don't even know at what point she didn't have translation during it. So we were conducting a vote without having official simultaneous translation, and Ms. Vignola indicated that. Why I'm troubled by this is because we are operating in a strange time right now, which is from the very beginning. The reason I voted the way I did was it's been my understanding from the beginning of this meeting that we would be out of technical support at 4:30 Eastern. So, but when I think about it, Ms. Rempel-Garner is correct that if there are still people who are willing to speak at this point and there's no motion to adjourn that has passed by a majority, the meeting continues. And I think she's right. So I'm troubled by the vote because I don't think it was validly taken, and I'd like to hear from the clerk, if I could, as to when is it appropriate to end the meeting in the case where we have gone over time and we have speakers who are still wishing to speak. There is no motion to adjourn on the table. Is it a valid reason to stop the meeting because we have the current translators who are going to leave or the technical support isn't there? Because I regret my vote because I think Ms. Rempel-Garner's position is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. So once again, it's a matter of the House administration to allocate staff and resources. It's agreed to by the House leaders. It's been agreed to by the whips. It's not up to me. Ms. Rempel-Garner can certainly raise this with in the chamber as a point of privilege. Absolutely. You're right that the chair cannot just arbitrarily adjourn the meeting. If it seems to be a consensus, the chair can do so, or otherwise there needs to be an adjournment in order to adjourn a motion of adjournment. And failing that, the chair will have to suspend. And that is, in fact, what I must do because we're already 20 minutes past the time when all the interpreters and staff have are supposed to leave. So I
Point
think
of
it's
order,
not
Chair.
fair to them. The meeting is now
Point of order,
adjourned.
Chair.
Sorry,
Point of chair.
suspended.
Point of order, Chair. Point of
The
order,
meeting
Chair.
is suspended.
Point of order, Chair.
The meeting is suspended.